want to raise, which was the biggest theme, it was ecosystem. We talked about the ecosystem yesterday, its importance. Why is it important to have the ecosystem? Why is it that we need to strengthen that ecosystem? We have unanimously agreed that indeed there is a need for strengthening our ecosystem in the small business. In various sectors, tourism, manufacturing, retail, all the various sectors, we need to make sure that we strengthen the ecosystem, because without the ecosystem, really, the growth and the development of small business and cooperatives are not going to be a reality in this country. So that was the first area that we have agreed upon, and that is what we unanimously agree. Then, secondly, we then we dealt with the issue of well, we touched a bit, I think, with the NISET master plan. It was summarized by the Deputy Minister, and also those game changers which were articulated, I think 5 of them, which were articulated by the Deputy Minister. So these are the game changers that are informing us as we really move on this conference to say, how do we then ensure that we implement all those 5 game changers? So I'll be outlining some of these game changers as we proceed. The first one really is around the area of partnerships for new economic startups. We have emphasized yesterday the importance of the new economic startups as an important element in growing SMME, and we have come to realize that innovation and creativity is in that area, and that area represents a huge opportunity for employment, a huge opportunity for growth in the SMME sector and in the cooperative sector, and therefore we've emphasized and agreed that indeed we are going to drive these startups. And the agreement we've made was that practical commitments needs to be made, and the various stakeholders committed in terms of driving those startups, because huge investment is needed, skills are needed to be able to drive the startups, and also, of course, we need to create those platforms that are critical to drive the new economy startups. So we have agreed, and there was a unanimity that more investment are going to be channeled there. CEDA, as one of our agencies, is going to be driving from the department point of view that area of development. So we have agreed that the ecosystem is going to really be committed in driving the new economy startups. Those are the other game changer that we talk about was the issue of the incubation. We talked about the refueling of the incubation. That is what we have agreed, that all of us, we are going to refuel incubation. And incubation is one of those levers that are critical and is one of those game changers that we're going to drive, because we want to drive startups and make sure that those newly formed businesses are incubated. And one of the issues that became clear yesterday was that towards the area of partnership on the township and rural economic development. Here we were saying that we are moving this segment of the economy from socio-economic dormitories to spaces of economic growth. So there was an agreement that more investment needs to go into the area of township and rural areas, so that we lift up those businesses that are in those areas and we convert those townships which were dormitories into areas of economic activities where people can get jobs, they can be able to be employed, and then more businesses are created there. So a commitment was made that we will be upping up our ante in terms of investing into that space and drive that particular space indeed. And then of course the other area that we agreed upon yesterday was the issue of the enterprise and supply development partnerships, the issue of ensuring the value chain and the localization program, which is driven by the department, and the area of making sure that we develop those suppliers and then we drive their growth. And we have agreed that more work will be driven there. This is one of the game changers that we have agreed upon. We were saying that we will dip in here, collaboration between public and private sectors in ESD, and then particularly ESD we're after, there are billions of monies that are sitting in big companies that we want to leverage on, so that we leverage those funds and make them available to small business. And this is what we were able to talk about yesterday. And we have also agreed that really, we also got the 2022 Sanlam Gouch report, which talked about really the issues and challenges in the ESD area. But we acknowledge and accepted that indeed the ESD is a critical element that we need to drive and make sure that we leverage on those resources to develop as SMME. And then also we make sure that those suppliers to big business, SMMEs are mobilized to be the suppliers of inputs into big business. And that is the commitment we've made yesterday. And then of course, the other area that we talked about, which is the final one, it was the recapitalization of the SMME financing package, the recapitalization here of KCG, because one of the issues that we want to do is to make sure that we provide KCG with the ability to be able to assist on small businesses, providing them with the cover to be able to cover those loans and be able to enable them to grow. So that is what the other engagement was. So those were the critical areas that we talked about, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we've made a very substantial progress in that regard. Let's give ourselves a round of applause in that regard. All right, colleagues, I think we are now getting into the program for today. We have now done the reflections of what we have done yesterday and a recap of the work that we have done really yesterday. Today we are going to be able to start our program. I want to call the teams that are going to talk about creating an enabling regulatory environment. There is a team that will really assist us here, focusing on red tape reduction, the how, the what, and the what not to small enterprise growth, and then of course the significant quick wins to reduce regulatory burden. How are we going to drive really the area of reducing red tape and make sure that SMMEs are able to grow? And then in that team, I've got the facilitator, our DG, Lindo Bushe, Kumani. You can come forward, sir, so that you could facilitate this session. And then I want to call upon Mhlanganisi Masuha. Mhlanganisi Masuha, you can come forward, sir. Nigel, you can come forward, Nigel. We've got also Miss Party Dyer. Miss Party Dyer, come forward, ma'am. As well as Mr. Benson Nkulu. Come forward. Yeah. Yeah, those are the members of this session who will deliberate on this item that deals with red tape reduction and then the regulatory burdens to be reduced. Let me hand over to you, Mr. Mkumane, so that you could then facilitate this session. I don't know whether everybody is here. Who are we missing? Miss Patty Dyer. Huh? Is she here? Okay. I think we're missing her. Yeah, but we can continue. Over to you, Mr. Mkumane. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director. We are here to discuss a very interesting topic, and everyone has been talking about it. That we can do whatever we want to do as government, as private sector. If you don't address the tape, we'll never get anywhere. So this is a very important conversation, and hopefully our colleagues from TTIC will join us later, about it from TTIC. And we wanted to be part of this session because they also dealing with issues around red tape and ease of doing business at national level. We, as a company, we do have an interprovincial task team where we have all provinces participating and to make sure that we deal with these issues across the country. We also have municipalities participating. So besides the Department of Cooperative Governance, as well as the Department of Economic Development, we also have municipalities participating in this interprovincial task team, but we also have the president that is supporting us. One of the key departments is tourism, they're also part of it, STIC, which I mentioned here. Without wasting time there, because we're keeping behind time, we have 5 minutes in time. We have time so that we finish on time, because if we don't start correct, we'll never be able to finish correctly. Let me start with the colleagues just to briefly say what are you doing in the space. I'm giving you 2 minutes maximum. So I'll start with you, Nigel, and then you follow, and then
Thank you very much, and I'm afraid I have a bit of a gravelly voice after too many conferences in the past week, but my name is Nigel Gwyn Evans. I'm the team leader for the EDSE program, the European Union funded ecosystem development for small enterprise. We have been supporting the Department of Small Business over the past 3 or 4 years, specifically around the red tape task team that the DG has just mentioned. And after 3 years or so of working on that, we realized that there was a need for an escalation mechanism. And that escalation mechanism could only really be within the presidency. So we've also, in addition to giving technical support to the department, we have also been providing support to the establishment of the presidency's red tape unit. So I'm actually here both representing the EDSE program, but I've also been asked by the Sipho Nkosi, who's I'm afraid not able to make it this morning, to represent the presidency's red tape unit here. And DG, I will give a very brief update on the unit. The unit is now up and running. It includes Barty Dyer from DSPD, Anthony Costa from the presidency. It also includes representatives from the Operation Vulindlela, who are really supporting the establishment of the unit. and they have a secondment, Laule Shibani, who has been now permanently seconded to the unit. So it has taken some time to establish the red tape unit, to establish the model, how it's going to operate, and it will be very much an escalation mechanism. We've been through quite a rigorous process over the past 6 months to evaluate a range of red tape issues that have been submitted through various structures, through BUSA, through BLSA, through BBC. We've evaluated over 100 red tape issues, and to start off, we have kicked off with a mechanism which we call technical working groups. So we have established technical working groups now in 3 key areas. Those are in mining, in the mining sector, particularly around the cadastral system, which is a key system to unlock mining licenses which are blocked up. There were over 4,500 mining licenses that are blocked up in the Department of Mineral Resources, and the idea is to work with them to now get this cadastral system in place and to really move ahead and clear what's estimated at over 100 billion rands worth of mining licenses and applications. Then in terms of early childhood development, there's a challenge with ECD centers, and the red tape surrounding ECD is going to be tackled as the next technical working group. And then there's the tourism licensing and specifically around operators and the challenges around obtaining those operating permits. So those are the 3 that the technical teams are going to start moving ahead on. Then there's another 15 that are being looked at that DG, I'm not going to go into the detail on now, but the idea is to really move ahead with setting up these technical working groups. They can run autonomously, and they will report back to the presidential unit. So at no stage is this presidential unit meant to replace the work of the DTIC, the DSPD, or other departments in terms of their red tape work, or not least at provincial level. I think we're going to hear from the Western Cape. We believe Gauteng is in process of setting up their own red tape unit within the Premier's office, and we are encouraging other provinces to set up units within each of their, either the Department of Economic Development or in the Premier's office, to systematically address and tackle red tape. And this will then flow down to municipalities as well. So DG, thank you, and happy to address and pick up other comments later on. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mhlanganisi Masuka from the Department of Small Business Development. I'm responsible, I'm a director there. I've had so many portfolios and heads, so I forget sometimes which one I have now. I think as Nigel outlines the tackling of red tape in terms of various areas that have been flagged, one of the key things that the department is also directly running the whole red tape reduction program, particularly focusing on municipalities, because we have a methodology that we've trialed for over a few years on how we can assist municipalities to reduce red tape in dealing with, for instance, issues about the time to get a electricity permit, approvals for water, approvals for building permits, and then also approvals for a business license. And lastly, any SEM or escalation process that is needed. So we've been working with municipalities to strengthen their ability and strength in dealing with that. In analyzing the various steps that it takes to complete a process, and then reducing that process to a much more quicker and tighter process. There's examples where people will say the process and steps to get a business license is 15 steps and it takes 30 days. How do you help the municipalities to look at what is redundant in that process and reduce it? But very key also is that as Department of Small Business, we are responsible for 3 legislation: the National Small Enterprise Act, which is the very act that gives our minister the power to engage or even to direct other departments to say, this legislation, your Liquor Act, your whatever act, is actually creating red tape for SMMEs. So this National Small Enterprise Act, Section 18A, gives the minister that power to actually engage with other ministers and with other departments to say, we've looked at your legislation, it is creating red tape. Maybe obviously, we also have the Cooperatives Act under us, but the other legislation that is under us is the Businesses Act, and the Businesses Act provides for this whole thing of licensing of informal traders and permits and business licenses. That is in a sense, a general business license, which is issued by a municipality and then including the permits. Nigel spoke more of all the sectoral licenses, but this would be what is seen as a general business license. I think most of the time when we talk about the Businesses Act, people tend to focus on the informal sector, and maybe understandably because we see every day informal traders being harassed, being moved from street corners, but the Act is wider than that. The work we're doing currently is to review the Act, and yes, to make it a smarter regulation, but to also, it's written in 1991. So this is pre-1996. So it creates lots of challenges. It constrains us as a department even to assist and intervene where we see that actually municipalities and provinces are actually not creating better conditions for informal traders. A quick example at DG, then I'll stop. During the COVID period, we wanted to, because we're working from home and officials are not in their offices, you have situations where informal traders or other businesses having to go to renew their licenses, but there is no one at the office because we're working from home. So we then propose, working with the sector, that we waive the business licenses or we extend their validity until December 2022. We waive the license fees. Our Businesses Act itself doesn't give our minister the power to do that. It's silent. So we relied on the Disaster Act to do that. So the part of the work, while there is work in terms of looking at administrative processes and resolving that, there is also the need then to look at the legislative processes and begin to create smarter regulation. I like that sometimes when people just say red tape, I get worried because it feels like we want to remove regulation. We still need to regulate. We just need to regulate smartly and in a way that still supports economic growth. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. Benson Mkulu. I lead the regulatory reform program within the Red Tape Reduction Unit in the Western Cape. So as a unit, we were formally established in 2011 to essentially address this issue of overregulation and burdensome regulation on businesses, and obviously that constrains the provincial economy. So we primarily do this through business process improvements, communications improvements, the Red Tape Business Helpline or case management system, which is essentially a platform for businesses to log their red tape obstacles or blockages. And then finally, the legislative and policy reforms that I mentioned, I'm focused on. Now, as a province, we're pretty uniquely positioned in the sense that we're in the middle between obviously national and local government. So a lot of our focus in the previous years has always been on, supporting regulatory reform interventions and proposals at provincial level in our sister departments. And then obviously also being at loggerheads with our colleagues at national government to lobby them to make the necessary legislative amendments and reforms at a national level as well. But our focus now is almost shifting towards local government level to support municipalities with their own red tape initiatives. I mean, obviously, municipalities are uniquely placed. You know, they're obviously at the core face of service delivery. So a lot of the registration processes and licensing and permitting requirements actually lie with them. But you'll find that, especially in the Western Cape, where there's a lot of rural, you know, local governments or municipalities, they're severely undercapacitated in dealing with a lot of these red tape constraints. So it's just about capacitating them in terms of going in and actually identifying opportunities for them to be able to reform regulation, for example, or even something as simple as, you know, identifying opportunities for improvements in processes, digitization, which is a very simple one, but, you know, really does shift the needle. So yeah, that's our focus as a unit in the Western Cape right now. We established a municipal ease of doing business fund at the start of this year, where we actually put out a call for proposals, where municipalities could actually tell us what they need in terms of capacity to reduce red tape themselves. So, you know, depending on the proposal that we received, some of them were, you know, focused on actually identifying, you know, problematic bylaws or policies that need to be amended to, you know, facilitate that enabling environment, which is what we're here for. But some of them actually, you know, they required something as simple as a website upgrade that would actually, you know, provide the necessary information for businesses to be able to, you know, to be able to know exactly how it is that they need to comply. And sometimes it is as simple as that. Red tape is a very complex issue, but it is actually very simple as well. So, you know, we find that sometimes the most simple solutions require something as simple as facilitating access to information, because businesses do want to comply, but just don't know where to find that information that requires them to, or what's actually required of them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to today's discussions and seeing how we can almost add to the provincial perspective, obviously from the Western Cape's perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, DG, and good morning, everybody. I'm Bharti Daya from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, working for Invest SA. I'm the program head for the Investment Climate Reform Program. This program started, better known as Ease of Doing Business, and it started in 2017. We addressed a few indicators of the, I'm not sure if most of you know of the flagship publication from the World Bank, the Doing Business publication. There we worked on indicators like construction permits, getting electricity, registering a property, trading across borders, and paying taxes. This program was initiated, of course, when the President had announced in his 2018 SONA that we need to improve our rankings on the Doing Business annual report. Of course, now at this stage, the report has been discontinued. However, we are continuing with that work, and what it entails is the implementation of various reforms that would streamline and simplify processes, making it easier for entrepreneurs, for SMEs, for large corporations to do business. So this program was initiated to augment the President's investment drive, and it's also in support of it. It was looking at business regulation. It looks at issues around cost, time, procedures, and the quality of regulations. So while there were certain issues around the methodologies in that it didn't fit perfectly in the South African scenario or other developing countries' scenarios, we have used the basis of that methodology to apply and replicate similar processes across government. So what was unique about this program is that government departments worked across different national levels. So it included national, sub-national, local and provincial governments. For construction permits, we worked with the City of Joburg and we implemented the digital online permitting system. Initially, their turnaround time was 155 days for processing construction permit application. Today, they have reduced that turnaround time to 3 days maximum, which is quite a feat. It's a world-class standard. Unfortunately, the DB flagship publication is discontinued. So, of course, we're not going to see that in terms of how it's impacted on our rankings on that. But it is a world-class standard. Other areas that we worked on was on the simplification of business registration, where we worked together with the Companies Intellectual Properties Commission. We developed an online platform, BIS portal, to reduce the number of procedures, the number of days and time to actually register a company. And this was targeted at SMEs. We still have to add functionalities on it to register foreign companies. So those were two of the flagship projects out of that program. We also worked on registering a property to streamline that process and to reduce the costs on registering a property. What we have managed to achieve was to develop an online e-clearance system with the City of Joburg. And this also enables people to obtain rates clearance certificates without having to wait in long queues. So the whole idea is to simplify and analyze the end-to-end processes so that we can make the public service and introduce service excellence in the public sector. So we would like to replicate these across government, and we are doing that now that the President has conflated the Ease of Doing Business program as well as the Red Tape program, and we're looking at new areas as well. For paying taxes, we looked at the improvement of filing your taxes on VAT refunds, on corporate income tax corrections, working with Deloitte, PwC, and some of the smaller auditing firms. And for trading across borders, we've worked with the South African Revenue Services to expedite customs procedures so that people can move their goods across the borders faster. So these were just some of the areas that we covered, and hopefully we can have further discussions on these issues.
Thanks, Patty, for that. Thanks, colleagues who are here on the panel. There's quite a lot, listening to all the things you are saying, there's quite a lot that is being done currently by government, different spheres of government, different government departments are doing something around red tape. But the experience from the other side, from businesses, tells a different story. They still have challenges that you're saying you are addressing. What can be done? I'll only ask you one question each so that we can also allow the audience to participate. What can be done differently? What do you think are quick wins for us to be able to change the experience, especially of small businesses and cooperatives as well as informal businesses? Maybe let me start with Mr. Mkhunu, that other side.
I think from the perspective of the Western Cape government, I think most governments, I think it's about keeping your finger on the pulse of what businesses are actually experiencing. So you'll have noted I mentioned the fact that we have a business support helpline or red tape helpline where businesses can actually log the kind of obstacles that they encounter in their dealings with government. So that allows us to actually support businesses on an individual case-by-case basis. So we have a team, obviously, within our red tape team as well, where we will, intervene on the business's behalf, investigate the case, and deal with the relevant government regulator, and hopefully there's a resolution. And I think at this point, I stand to be corrected, but I think our resolution rate lies at about 93%, not 33%. So that's the one side that allows us to almost support businesses. But the second component is, or secondary use of our case management system or our business support hotline is, it allows us to almost generate a trends analysis of the kind of challenges that businesses in the Western Cape are experiencing. So on the one side, yes, it's important for us to be reactive and assist the business on an individual case or individual basis, but I think it's even more important to start identifying systemic challenges so that businesses don't have to keep coming to us for the kind of issues that they have. So the system does allow us to almost track the kind of, the broader issues that are being experienced by SMMEs. And then secondly, outside of our case management system, it's also about making sure that the quality of our regulations is significantly improved. I think in around 2016, we had a cabinet resolution passed in the Western Cape where all, legislative and all proposed changes in law would be required to undergo a regulatory impact assessment or RIA, and that's essentially a methodology that ensures that a significant impact assessment is done to assess the possible, consequences, both intended and unintended consequences of introducing that proposed regulation. And we found that, a lot of the time, let's say even at a political level, sometimes the decision is given to just regulate without actually doing the necessary due diligence or performing the necessary due diligence to, decide whether or not it's actually necessary to regulate, and also to understand the possible consequences of regulating. And we also know that a regulation, or the legislative process typically takes, it takes quite a while. So you'll find that even if you are in the process of regulating, the challenges experienced by business continue to persist. So that regulatory impact assessment is almost to allow the regulator or the possible, the regulatory authority to see if there's alternatives to regulation, so that we can identify more, the quicker wins, as you said, things that are far easier to implement. And a lot of the things as well now, and this is a conversation that's currently taking place, is around ensuring that, so if we had to see red tape as a whole of government approach instead of something that is, given to one unit within the provincial department or within the presidency, whatever the case might be, then I think we will have a very limited experience of what red tape reduction is actually supposed to look like. So if we had to undertake the approach of seeing it as a whole of government approach instead, we'll kind of hold all our departments accountable to, their red tape interventions and initiatives. So, we need to start seeing, in my opinion, and I think it's being discussed more broadly, we need to start seeing red tape initiatives in, annual performance plans, in strategic plans, in annual reports, where each department, whether it's environmental affairs, whether it's agriculture, transport, public service, etc., has to answer to the question, what are you doing in your space to address, red tape? And I think the conversation, like I said, just needs to move broadly to essentially making a whole of government approach. And that's how we can take it going forward.
Thanks. Maybe just picking up from what you're saying around the whole of, holding departments accountable. Our National Small Business Act currently says we will issue guidelines on how national, provincial, and local government can reduce red tape. Guidelines. So if you find municipalities that run with it, those municipalities improve. But if others don't, nothing happens. And again, because we are issuing guidelines, we are not issuing findings whereby then municipalities must be given time to say, here's a finding in terms of all your red tape issues. Within a year or two, you must come back and improve them. So one of the things that we need to do is to strengthen the National Small Enterprise Act, whereby our minister or the department is able to actually issue findings that need to be responded to, not just guidelines on how to reduce red tape. I think that's a key thing, that from a legislative, regulatory power, we do that, because in the end, currently, some municipalities don't even respond, and there's nothing you can do much because we don't have that power, we just have guidelines. One of the things maybe that we learned during COVID, as just DSBD, even DTI, has been to improve the turnaround time in terms of our funding processes. We worked hard to say, because during COVID, it was not about how many applications have you received, it was, or even approved, it was how much have you dispersed within a certain period of time. So that process has helped us to begin to say, CIFA, whichever agencies of ours, how do you reduce your turnaround time in terms of giving, doing your loans or support to your grants? And part of the other discussion within that was, how can we as government move to single or similar templates, so that you don't fill a different form when you get to NEF, fill a different form when you get to CIFA? Why don't you have one template? So that process is also ongoing. So I thought maybe we've been talking more from the processes from inside, but you are saying the experience of the users has been that at most times it takes a long time to actually process and give that support. Sometimes by the time government comes back with the support, the project has died, or the offer or purchase order, you've lost it. So we've learned a lot about how we could reduce that turnaround time to support SMMEs. Maybe lastly, partnerships. One of the things we did when with the informal traders, we partnered with Netbank, who created an easy platform for us to transfer the funding to the informal traders. wherein after we verified these informal traders, both during COVID and also after the July unrest, with a very simple process, they were able to go to NetBank after getting an SMS and get the money out even without a bank card. So those partnerships, also working with those stakeholders who have systems, I think those systems, CIPC has partnered with the bank to issue certain reports, or even Home Affairs partnered with the bank to issue ID cards. So those partnerships with organizations that have developed a system that can quickly move the process of even releasing funding are very critical. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. I think in terms of the quick wins, I just want to sort of echo what my colleague has said. I think we can take a page out of private sector in terms of using user experience and customer experience. So you get feedback from the public sector, from the public to say whether they're happy or they're not unhappy with your services. What is it that you could do better, and to continually strive to improve that. So you set a benchmark and a baseline and you work towards that. This is the way in which we implemented the Ease of Doing Business program. So we had the technical working groups. It wasn't just public sector. On these groups there was public sector, private sector, academia. So we had a lot of feedback in terms of what we could improve. We worked with SARS as well, and there was this constant feedback between the private sector, SARS as the organization, getting feedback on the user experience and getting concrete inputs in terms of how they can improve their services. And those services were then, those suggestions were then incorporated into SARS processes to improve that in terms of VAT turnaround times and corporate income tax corrections. Similarly, we did that with the construction permit system, where we engaged the users of that system to understand what their issues are, what are their challenges with the system. So I think having a more consultative approach and being responsive and agile is something that government needs to adopt in terms of developing and basically promoting change management within government. The other thing I want to say is that there's a lot of emphasis on quick wins. So I've been working on this program for at least 4 to 5 years now. Quick wins are great, but we also need to look at transformative wins. Those are the medium to long-term wins. Those are the game changers as well. The quick wins, you'll get the low-hanging fruits. But what we need to do is look at the transformative changes. And I think that's very critical and that's important. And we need to set up and mainstream this change management system across government. So we see it in the Western Cape, we see DSBD is also working on DTIC, and I think if we can mainstream this throughout government, it's about establishing standard operating procedures, legislating them, sticking with them, measuring how you perform on that, that's government departments, and just doing the continuous follow-up and monitoring and evaluation that's required, being agile enough to respond to your customers' needs.
Thank you. I think to be very brief, just to add to I think what Barty has said, it's all about culture shift across government. So really making sure that government at all levels understand it's all about businesses. It's all about business. It is all about small business. And making sure that their life is made easier in terms of what they're doing. And I think Barty's point about it's about the user experience, how our citizens, how our businesses finding their interactions with government, and ensuring that government is entirely responsive to their needs around the change that should be made. Just to also say the Western Cape, as an example, their red tape unit deal with about 10,000 inquiries a year, which go through their office. The colleague mentioned the case management system, and they estimate they have a 90% success rate in terms of those inquiries. And that's something that we really want to see being replicated across all provincial governments and then rolling down to local government as well. To say the European Union, we've been very impressed by their think small first legislation. Any piece of new legislation goes specific think small first process, a little bit like the regulatory impact assessment process or SARS process that we have. And I think that's a good concept, important concept to keep in mind. Also the concept of adopting an approach of slashing red tape, or as some of the member states that we've interacted with have around red tape guillotining. So really the concept of reviewing red tape that is impeding small business and slashing the red tape, which I think is what Mr. Msoka spoke about. Then I think just my last point, which really picks up on something that Barty mentioned around mainstreaming this drive around reducing red tape. It really does need institutional capacity being built up. DTIC have now had this unit in place for the past 5 or 6 years. DSBD has been working on red tape over the past 3, 4, 5 years as well, addressing red tape at a micro level. And then the presidency is now finally building this institutional capacity, which you'll see more at presidential level. It really does need each province to establish a red tape unit, either within the Department of Economic Development or within the Premier's office, and then in turn, in time, it needs to roll down to local level as well. DG, with that, thank you.
No, thank you very much. We have 5 minutes to go, but I'll have to open it up for our guests here to pose some questions to this esteemed panel. I'm sure you'll have all the answers today. If I can take just quick 5 questions, 1 question per person. Please don't give us a thesis, we just need a question. Is this the mic? You have the mic. Okay, there are 3 hands this side. To this side. Okay, I'll start with the gentleman in front. And there's a lady there. And then Mr. Chance. Yes, you can proceed.
No, responding. Oh, it's responding now. Shitango Mabasa. I know, Program Director, you are saying it should be a question, but I plead for a comment. The comment is that I get the impression that our leadership, when I say our leadership, I mean South African leadership, could unintentionally find itself far ahead of the people that it is leading, far ahead of the ordinary South Africans. Sometimes I get the impression that the input is at a level where if we picture that the biggest portion of South Africans are the rural, it's a developing country, is it not that unintentionally we are benchmarking ourselves at the level of the developed countries? But that's a good thing in as far as we are looking into the future. But as we delve and deal with the future, let's also take the present into account. You know, I just thought I must make thanks for indulging.
Thanks, Mabasa.
Thank you, DJ. My name is Tulim Tetwa from Memeza. First of all, I want to thank the government and its partners, nationally and internationally, and corporate. I've been in the social innovation space for 10 years, and I want to say government is doing very well in that ecosystem from ideation right up to commercialization. Then I have a comment and an unresolved query. In the innovation space, what does government do as a buyer We know that every year government spends billions, in excess of 10 billion, in procurement, in tendering. What budget is set aside for procuring innovation? What processes are there for procuring innovation? We know that the current tender system is not innovation friendly. And we know that there's a sole procurement system that actually is set aside to procure such elements. Also, we know that it's not working perfectly. Lastly, has government actually procured an innovation and rolled it out? If so, where? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Toby Chance. I'd like to ask the panel if they have looked at the example of the Baltic state of Estonia, which is one of the world leaders in e-government and streamlining government processes. And in particular, the innovation they've introduced of a single point of entry. In other words, citizens of Estonia have an identity which enables them to interact online with every single government department, at every level of government, which makes the communication process incredibly streamlined. Is that something that you've considered, and if not, would you consider it?
Thank you so much. My name is Bhila Yalani. I'm an economic analyst and the founder of Izamazo Education Center for Innovation. We are based in the Limpopo province. So for me, I'm trying to get you to now think of township economy in a different perspective. The businesses that are in the township, they're not your typical car wash. Now we have professionals like myself who went out of the private sector to now develop businesses that will be sustainable in rural communities. And that's where we want you, the government, to focus on. That when we come into your incubation programs, we are not looking for business plans and marketing budget. We are looking for you to, we are asking you to change how you're looking at businesses in the township. That we want an exposure to big summits that are happening in San Francisco, for example. When there's contingency plans that we are planning as businesses, we are no longer planning doing business plans. So we need you to change how you're looking at us and put in processes that will support us when we need to attend different summits across the world, that we are going there to interact and get some innovative ways of doing business in South Africa, and most importantly in the township, to develop, as we are all talking about, rural economic development. So that's what I want. I think I need someone to give me their side of the story, how you're going to change the perspective and start looking at us differently, not as your car wash.
Good morning to everyone in the room. My name is Tando Vimba, and I'm a tech entrepreneur. I just want to find out from the panel, when it comes to red tape, how do you measure the success rate that you've had since you've introduced all these different mechanisms that you're speaking about? Yeah. And are the actual stats backing that right now in terms of the improvement that has been made and the challenges that are still there and how you plan to overcome them? And lastly, when it comes to startups and small businesses and making sure that they track and making sure that they get funded, have you considered something like blockchain to ensure that no one gets left behind, and you know exactly who you funded before with what, and how that company needs to improve? A system like blockchain would literally be a game changer to ensure that all small businesses in South Africa are tracked, and we know where they are, we know what they're doing, we know how much they made, we know how much they've been funded, we know those who still need funding, we know the ones that are still coming in. So I really urge you, government, to make sure that you look into blockchain. Thank you.
done quite a lot in the space. How do you measure success?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. Can you hear me? I'll speak to that first part of your question. So we, as part of our ways of tracking our success, we have something called an impact assessment system that we developed, I think, around 2016, 2017. So about 5 to 6 years ago, we set ourselves a target of 1 billion rand in savings as a provincial government that we wanted to actually, it's essentially the savings that would accrue from red tape reduction initiatives that happen across the province. So we developed that system to enable us to actually track what the value of each individual intervention amounted to. So I can happily state that we were able to actually save after that 5-year period that we set for ourselves, we were able to actually present a savings of 1 billion rand to the provincial economy. And as a result of that, good work goes rewarded. As a result of that 1 billion rand target has now been increased to 5 billion, which is going to be very tough to reach. But that's essentially what we're doing to track our province's red tape initiative. So it extends beyond the Department of Economic Development. So we have we feed from work of other departments as well. So if a Department of Transport, for example, is doing something around license permitting, and they've undertaken initiatives to cut the turnaround time of granting applications or of granting licenses, then we'll count that and punch it into the system to support these reforms. So we're in the process of essentially quantifying on our side, and I know that they're running a similar process, but we want to almost quantify the value of reforming certain regulations in terms of tax, access to finance, access to skilled talent, foreign talent in particular, quantifying that and being able to essentially make a business case to the relevant national regulators and say that if we're able to actually support startup enterprises in this way, this is what the value to the national economy is going to be. So that's something that we're looking into now, and that's something that hopefully by the end of the financial year we'll be able to present. Thanks.
Yes, I'll come after.
Thank you. I think in terms of, I was just thinking about the questions that were asked, how do we measure ourselves? I think what we have been doing is we've established a baseline. So previously we used the Doing Business flagship publication, which ranked economies, and then it ranked their performance across the 10 indicators. So if you are familiar with that particular study, and then it shows South Africa's performance across those various indicators, comparing it to various economies across the 190 economies across the world. But without that publication, we have taken the initiative to say, well, we've had the experience, we've learned, now we know how to set our own baseline and our own standards. And what we do is we look at the standards that are set out in the regulations, how long does it take, and then of course we take into account the inputs and the practicality of having to, say, review a process for 5 months. Can we reduce that time? So we establish our own benchmarks, our own timelines and turnaround times, the number of procedures. How it really involves simply interrogating what we do, how we've been doing it, and whether we can actually do that, improve on those processes. So it's not something that's static, it's dynamic, and we review it on a continuous basis. As for digitalization, I really wish government would move a lot faster on it. First, that's my personal opinion. I think digitization would resolve a lot of issues around the country. And while it is being implemented, it's a bit slow. And personally, I do think that it should be, the uptake should be a lot faster. I'm just going to hand over to my colleague.
Sorry. In terms of innovation, yes, possibly government will procure lots of innovation, but we find lots of innovation. We have the CSIR, which is a government agency which continues to innovate. We have the National Research Foundation, and as a government, we fund lots of research in universities. One of the big things that we've picked up is the commercialization of that research. How do we make sure that we fund now taking the idea and making it a business idea that lives? There's many innovations that were invented here in South Africa, but end up being commercialized outside of the country. That's the swimming pool cleaning thing. Cricket is from here, but it got commercialized overseas. So there is investment in innovation. The challenge now for us as government is how do we really support, especially the SMMEs who have an innovative ideas to be funded. Mr. Chance, our IT guide talks about a single version of the truth. So the idea of that one single identifier, whether it's an ID, if you are engaging with government, you are able to track that, is something that we are talking to, not just at SPD, but at CETA, Government's Internet Services Agency, where we're looking at improving e-governments. I think the other challenge is that we need to begin to take, as my colleague was saying, ensure that every province moves along, because now you have some provinces have made progress in terms of putting in system e-government, Western Cape, KZN, in some part of KZN and Gauteng. But from national also there is a push that we want moving in that direction. Some of the systems that are linking, like a DTI, CIPC, registering a company, getting that at a bank, it's moving towards. But that idea from Estonia, I don't know if they've studied that particular framework, but that idea of a single user in the system, it will also help government with the issue of double dipping, where you find people are applying all over, but we don't even know how to track how, where they're getting the support and where they're getting the funding. So that is also on the cards.
I must very briefly say, to me, having been involved in red tape issues over a number of years, the key thing is to be very, very specific. Hold your government counterparts to account, but be specific. It's no good just saying there's red tape, there's a lot of red tape, we're being bogged down by red tape. Yes, red tape is everywhere, it's pernicious. But what would really help us is to be as specific as possible, take it through via your business chambers, via your institutionalized structures, and it would help us a lot to get the message very, very clearly where, very specifically, are the points of red tape. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. This esteemed panel, I think you handled yourself very well. It's just that in terms of time, we were not that good. But you had a lot of information to share, and I think red tape is going to still be a challenge that we need to confront as government. We need to admit that what we are doing is not sufficient. We need to do more and make sure that we address red tape. Because I always argue that if you can address red tape, you affect each and every business that you cannot reach with your incentives, with your business plan intervention. So red tape is very, very critical that we address it from our side. We had invited some private sector organizations so that they can be part of this, but they couldn't come through. One cancelled late last night, so that we can have that perspective in terms of them also responding to the questions that are coming up. We do agree with you. Townships are not just about informal businesses, Kawaj. We know that there's light manufacturing happening in the townships. That's why I think as government we've agreed that we need to pay a particular attention to businesses that are based specifically in township and rural areas. Thank you very much, colleagues. You can step down. Thanks to Program Director. Apologies for taking your time.
Thank you very much. Let us give them the round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The yardstick to measure red tape, it's simple, ladies and gentlemen. It is how the recipient, the experience of the recipient, if the recipient really receive a very positive experience in engaging with the services that are provided by government, and they feel that they've been served professionally, efficiently, and on time, then I think we will then say we have cornered red tape. That is in a final analysis, the yardstick. Thank you very much for that. Without any further ado, let's call upon another panel that is going to really deepen our understanding Here we're looking at the salient cooperatives development matters, positioning of cooperatives in our economy, and also to look at what are the impediments that are really confronting cooperatives and what do we need to do, both as government and the entire ecosystem, to really drive the development of cooperatives. Here the focus is largely on financial services, participation in strategic sectors, and also critical focus on supporting primary cooperatives for growth of the movement and addressing the mortality rate of cooperatives. To discuss these important matters, I will call upon Nomadelo Sauli, who is going to be our facilitator for this session. Nomadelo, please come forward, ma'am. And then I will also call upon Mr. Mzokolo Maki, who is from the Department of Small Business, who is an expert on cooperatives development in the department, so that he can share with us what do we need to do really to address these issues on cooperatives development. He will also be setting the tone for us on these areas. And then I will also call upon the President, Mr. Lawrence Ball, to come forward. Mr. Lawrence Ball, if you are here, please come forward to join the panel. And then we are calling upon Mr. Mpo Putu, Mr. Mpo Putu, and also Mr. Andile Mazwai. Please come forward, Andile Mazwai. And then we are also calling Lebogang Shabalala to also come forward. Lebogang is from the regulatory instrument, National Treasury, that regulates the banks, the Prudential Authority, that's how they call it. Okay, we are told that instead of Mr. Pali, we must get Tebo Fupad to join us. Thank you, Tebo. Thank you for that. That sorts us. Who are we missing here? We're still missing Mr. Andile Mazwai. Where is Mr. Andile Mazwai? Can you join us? Okay. Maybe I should call David Dion to join us. He's okay. It's fine. Is Mr. Mazwai coming? All right. Let me hand over to you, Nomadelo. It seems to me that's our panel. Really, the issues here are very simple. Cooperative development. How do we position the sector in a manner that it must grow, in a manner that it must provide social capital in our economy, and then focusing primarily on the primary cooperatives and developing them, and then also unlocking all the impediments that are facing the sector. Mr. Mzokolo, join the panel, sir. Yeah. You are supposed to join and give and set the tone. Yeah, thank you very much. Over to you, Nomadelo. Over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. So my name is Tabo Chabalala, representing Ms. Nomadelo Sauli. I think as outlined, our role has been outlined on this topic around cooperative matters and positioning cooperatives in financial services, looking at their growth and the mortality rate. Before we start with the panel, we'll ask Mr. Maki from DSBD to set the tone on this question.
Thank you, facilitator. My name is Mzokolo Maki. I work in the Department of Small Business Development, and these lights are too bright for my eyes. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so as colleagues would imagine, we are the custodians of small business development in the country. And the cooperative mandate is one of our most important. And as a department, we have thought of a few areas that we want to focus on in order to drive the growth and participation of cooperatives in the mainstream economy. Chief amongst these is the all-important matter of market access. And as a department, we have placed a high premium on entering into strategic partnerships with relevant role players in the space. So we want to enter, and we've been entering into transversal agreements with players both in the public and the private sectors to ensure that we get cooperatives to be part of the value chains and the public procurement process. So that is important for us. It's one of the key priorities of this department. And of course, we've heard a lot about, the program director talked about the mortality rate. And it has become very clear to us that if we are to arrest that situation, we have to pay particular attention to the financial and non-financial support that is provisioned to the sector. So we have an assortment of financial and non-financial support programs rendered through the department, through our agencies, CIRA and CIFA, and these are geared towards ensuring that cooperatives are supported by the department. And if colleagues cast their minds back to the reimagined industrial strategy of the country, it sets aside a few sectors as set aside for priority. And as a department, we have made it crystal clear that if cooperatives are to play a pronounced and critical role in the economy of the country, we need to make sure that they participate in the designated sectors of the economy. For the reason that in those spaces, we are sure that there are procurement and growth opportunities for cooperatives, especially issues related to ESD. And we know that in the automotive space, there are not a lot of people participating there. And we want to make it our business. In fact, we have already done that to make sure that cooperatives partake in that space. So we want to ensure that there is targeted support and interventions to cooperatives. And colleagues will know that there is a strategy existing currently, and I think it was developed in 2012, if my memory serves me well. And so it's up for review. And we have said that we have done a lot over the past decade, and perhaps it is time that we take a deep dive and look at what we've really done over the decade and whether it has done anything to move the needle in support of cooperatives in the country. And we had, when we had the policy dialogue in Mpumalanga, there were critical issues raised. One of them was, it's all well and good to focus on the different sectors of the cooperative space. And there was a view that was put on the table and widely supported that maybe for the growth of the movement, why don't we focus on the primary cooperatives so that we ensure an organic growth of the sector? And of course, while we're focusing on the primaries, that will then make sure that the guys in the secondary level then are formed, and then we go to the tertiary. And because of this organic establishment that has happened, we are likely to see more stability in the sector. And colleagues also raised, and we need to hear your ideas here and from the experts that are with us today in terms of, if we want to transform the different sectors and industries of our economy, how do we ensure that cooperatives are part and parcel of critical sectors such as the financial services. Because cooperatives were raising very, very sharp points that it is difficult for them to get access to finance from the private sector. They rely heavily on DFIs, on government and the like. So it is then necessary maybe to look at the idea of cooperatives themselves being involved in financial services. And so this is one of the things that we would like the panel to have a sharp discussion on and maybe help us to move forward as a department and as a country. I will leave it there, Program Director, as I hand over to you, Facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we now introduce the panel, I think what's clear from how cooperatives are formed, in the essence of it, it's a bottom-up approach. These are institutions that are formed by people on the ground for self-service, and there's a drive around ownership as well. And these cooperatives are made up or are governed by the 7 cooperative principles. And when you look at these principles, you would expect it to be a well-oiled machine, and they would be a successful sector. However, reality on the ground is not like that. When you look at the 7 cooperative principles, democratic member control, economic member participation, cooperation amongst cooperatives, consent for community, those are some of those principles. From that, you would expect that these cooperatives, it will be easier for them, because then it's also a social tool, because they are made to now respond to their members' needs. However, even within the cooperative sector itself, there's different types of cooperatives: your worker cooperatives, cooperatives in the agriculture space, services cooperatives. There are as well financial cooperatives, where CFIs or cooperatives or members come together and form themselves as a financial cooperative. So they cut across many sectors or industries. However, before we proceed, I'll move to my panel. You can quickly introduce yourself and your focus area on this topic today.
Good morning. My name is Mondli Mbele. I work in the Department of Social Development. Yeah. We'll look at what are the opportunities for cooperatives and SMMEs within the social development space. Thank you.
Okay, hi, everybody. My name is Lebogang Chabalala from the South African Reserve Bank in the Prudential Authority. So our main purpose is around regulation, supervising, licensing, and registering cooperative financial institutions, as well as cooperative banks.
Morning, everyone. My name is Debo Hopadi. I'm speaking here in my capacity as the of this institution called Doratamana Cooperative Agency, which is responsible for advice, research, training, and education on cooperative development. We are largely focusing on 3 or 4 types of co-ops: worker co-ops, financial co-ops, housing co-ops, as well as consumer cooperatives. These are cooperatives for community-owned stores and community retail sector.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Bartlett from the IDC, from a partnership program department, and responsible for regional partnerships. In this program, we look at a range of different, manage a range of different funds, from the Township Fund, the Social and Solidarity Fund, innovation funds, and a whole range of other funds on behalf of either government departments or from the private through donor funding and the like. Today I'll probably be focusing primarily on the social and solidarity economy, funding, which cooperatives form a very big part of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so on our topic here, we mainly have to focus on how do we position cooperatives to participate in financial services, but also critical focus on supporting primary cooperatives for growth and addressing the mortality rate. I think the mortality rate for cooperatives has been one of the biggest issues. The research that was done previously showed that the mortality rate for cooperatives is just over 80%. So there's less chances of survival for most cooperatives in the country. Maybe the next step would be actually to look at the different sectors within the cooperatives and actually see which ones actually contribute more to that mortality rate. And these, now what I'm posing to the panel is what causes these failures? Is it a skills issue? Is it a regulation issue? Or is it a finance issue? What are some of the key issues that causes these failures in cooperatives? Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, maybe let me put it this way. I think, you know, one of the principles you did mention for cooperatives is cooperation among co-ops. So as to the question as to how cooperatives participate in the financial services, that I think principle speaks much more louder because access to finance and access to capital is something that can also be cooperatively organized. In other words, it's not something that your first point of call is to look externally, but you look internally. As collective self-help institutions, co-ops do emphasize the importance of preserving your capital, reinvesting your profits, we call it surpluses, back into the co-op. In fact, it's the only entity legally where there is a prescription of how much you need to bring back into the organization if you have made. So that, I think, is the most important principles, because with more capital you accumulate and reinvest, the stronger you are, especially during the difficult period. So self-help, cooperative principle is also extend to cooperation among co-ops. If you read the current law, does suggest that cooperatives can form what is called development funds, cooperative development funds. In other words, that surplus that is preserved by individual co-ops can now be consolidated through a cooperative development fund across different types of co-ops. In that way, you still make sure that resources are utilized to address issues such as access to capital. But there are critical supporting co-ops to the entire system that are somehow neglected. And I'm referring to support institutions like cooperative banks or cooperative financial institutions. They are not just institutions in themselves. In many countries, they also operate as support institutions for other types of co-ops. So in other words, the more we build the institutions, the more the possibilities that cooperatives, their immediate source of external funding, and in this case it could be strongly argued that it's an internal financing, is that cooperative banks become the source of capital for their growth. whether it is worker co-ops, whether it's agricultural co-ops, but they do that. And that requires cooperation among co-ops, a vertical integration, okay? There are many experiences around that around the world. I think the most famous one is the Mondragon experience, where first they build their cooperative bank through which they can support and also be supported by other types of cooperatives. In other words, I become a member of the cooperative bank as a co-op, but also the bank develop products for our needs as other types. So that is something that when we say, where are we in South Africa on this? Well, I think we are still at the nascent stage of development of cooperatives. We don't have such a system at all. It's not just a matter of having a primary, secondary, and tertiary. It's a matter of economic cooperation among cooperatives. Okay, housing, if I think about housing cooperative, do I also think about a cooperative bank for our members in housing cooperatives? Do I also think about the cooperative retail stores? Whether you create one or you enter into a partnership with another which provide those services. So that's the kind of cooperation I'm talking about. And I agree with you that the notion of mortality rate should not be overemphasized as if it is something that is peculiar to cooperatives. A large of, all SMMEs, literally, during their startup phases, they've got high failure rate in this country. 80%, 85%, that's natural. Which means it tells you another thing, that the problems co-ops face may be similar to other types of enterprises. If you look at what are the common problems, but we will then say, those who are in the sector, they will then say, but there are certain specific related challenges of growth and development that you don't find in other types of co-ops. And it's our task in the sector to begin to highlight those as well, so that they come to the fore as we position the growth and development of co-ops. Let me end there, maybe other additions.
Okay, so from our side as the Prudential Authority, so we do obviously license and register cooperative financial institutions as well as cooperative banks. So currently, I think the method we follow, or the method that we do follow as per the legislation is, if 200 people come together with 100,000 and they do want to form a financial cooperative, we will definitely then consider that, as well as take into account what type of common bond that they will have in opening a CFI or a cooperative bank. So currently, we do have about 24 cooperative financial institutions. We've got about 5 cooperative banks, and most of these are split and quite diverse. So we do have ones that operate in the agricultural space, ones that are geographic, and ones that are employer-based. And obviously, as a Prudential Authority, our main mandate is around the safety and soundness of these institutions. So obviously, yes, we do support these cooperatives and their growth, but I think what we also focus on is how do we also intensely supervise these entities. And from our side, I think in terms of the challenges that we are observing, it's mainly centered around governance. It's mainly centered around digitization. And there's also multiple challenges that we are seeing. But if I were to highlight, the reasons why most of these remain unsustainable. Yes, from a capital perspective, you know, and having membership growth, you know, as a challenge, that is, you know, one of the significant areas that is a problem. But it's also just mainly around how these are governed. I think there's no doubt that when you do put, you know, your money in an entity, you do also want to get comfort that, you know, when at any time you do want to withdraw your money, you do find your money. So yes, we don't follow, you know, an onerous and detailed approach that we would ordinarily do for a commercial bank. I mean, like I said, the licensing requirements are quite lax. For a banking license, you do need 250 million to get a banking license. For a mutual bank license, you require 10 million. But for these financial cooperatives, you know, they require 100,000 with 200 membership. But I think we also cannot be lax in our approach as the PA in terms of how we supervise these entities. So we would also want quite a very strong governance structure. For example, they also need to have a board of directors. They also need to have a managing director that is suitable and very experienced in terms of how they're going to run this entity. We also do require an audit committee. I mean, there's certain controls that if you are going to have such an entity, there's certain controls that you must follow. There's certain segregation of duties that should be existing in the CFI or cooperative bank. So most failures that we do observe and see is the collapse of, you know, proper governance. And I think from our side, you know, whilst we are the PA, our mandate is around safety and soundness of deposits. You know, it's key that we work with the CBDA structures to try and strengthen some of these structures. You know, make sure that people who are going to serve on the board understand that they are accountable, understand what their mandate is, and to try and make sure these entities remain sustainable. So yes, I mean, from the PA side, there is various challenges that we see, but if I were to summarize high level, I would say, I mean, governance remains one of the key issues that we are seeing as a challenge in the sector. Thanks.
Thank you. Everybody knows the IDC is financing big industrial programs and big businesses. As I mentioned, we've created a fund for the social and solidarity economy, and over the last 10 years or so. And in this, we've supported about 150 initiatives and organizations, creating over 6,500 jobs and impacting on 60,000 beneficiaries. So really, it is the social and solidarity economy has the potential to really make a difference in the economy. As a financier, some of the problems that we've picked up is in terms of cooperatives specifically, but generally with the social and solidarity economy is things like, you've mentioned the governance. Governance to a financier is critical. So is the issue of having a clear strategic direction and plan on how you're going to achieve what you want to achieve. The collective commitment of the team is critical. I'm currently involved in a court case, much to my disappointment, where a cooperative got to Christmas and they decided to sell off some of the assets to pay for Christmas parties. It was really a disappointing. Obviously, it was still under financing, so it's led us to the courts. The other issue is attrition rates. You know, very often businesses, informal sector, social and solidarity economy, people that participate, unless they're really committed into the mission of the business, they tend to, there seems to be a lot of attrition as people start looking for formal and other work. So a cooperative very often loses a lot of its membership as job opportunities come on, or where other interests for income generation come into things like the Public Works Program, things like the Social Employment Fund. You see a lot of the attrition and neglect of the programs themselves. But there's lots of successes. Let's not only dwell on the challenges. You've probably heard over the last week we launched a magnificent hotel, 51% owned by a youth-owned cooperative in Mpumalanga, bordering the Kruger National Park. I mean, it's unprecedented. Everybody said that it couldn't be done, it shouldn't be done, and here we have got a youth-owned cooperative that is now a significant shareholder participating in the formal economy and so on. And numerous other examples. Small farmers that have created mechanization cooperatives to try and cut the costs of leasing equipment or buying equipment and so on. So really, we need to treat this not only as a last resort, the social and solidarity economy, but really as a key fundamental opportunity for development, for income generation, and for doing good at the same time. So making a difference in the communities that they work in. Thank you.
Just quickly from the social development side, I know most of us know social development for social grants. That is paid by our agency, SASSA. In the past financial year, we were sitting at about 219 billion of grants paid to people in South Africa, mostly the poor, the vulnerable. But critical is to understand the opportunities within that value chain. It can't be that the whole of about 220 billion is gone and does not amount to any economic value, whether you see it as a social investment to communities, to the poor and the vulnerable, so that they create opportunities for development in communities. Now, in social development, we have a community development branch that works with communities, the poor, the youth, try to mobilize them, moving from social protection. There's a program we are busy working on, linking social grants beneficiaries to livelihoods and economic opportunities. Often when cooperatives are formed, we find groups of innovative, young, energetic people. At times, yes, you get the age factor being an issue, but we are beginning to see a lot of skilled youth that is unemployed that could be tapped into to bring in that capacity to the cooperatives. So there are some adjustments we need to make in as far as our legislation is concerned. For instance, the issue of family members or people sharing the same surname in one entity. Let me tell you what becomes a problem. Dr. Bengu shared a very interesting experience from honey making co-op. They used to wake up, go pick honey, they process it, they sell it. Beautiful, but it's members of a family. When they came to government was saying, no, we can't help you as a family. You now have to bring in somebody you don't know, who might not have the work ethic you have, who may not have the skills and the passion that you have learned either from your mother or father, whichever the case may be. Okay, now you have a group's dynamics to deal with. Conflict resolution becomes an issue. But if you pass that hurdle, we need to invest in ensuring that the production capacity is there in our groups of COPs, SMMEs, whichever way you look at them. Within government programs, the National School Nutrition Program feeds every day 9.6 million kids. And that is a 8.4 billion sector. Simple. Everyday kids go, wake up, get a meal at school, and social development has a number of center-based nutrition programs, shelters, child and youth care centers, community nutrition and development centers, wherein people come and get access to whatever nutrition support services. But the issue is, where are we sourcing all the food we consume in those centers? Now, you find groups of COPs that are producing. First week, they supply you, but the next week, they've run out of produce. Hence, I'm alluding to the issue of, one, let us enhance the production capacity, but two, let us create that enabling environment for them to thrive through opening even public, what do you call it, procurement opportunities for such groups. If IDC, NDA, agriculture, small business have SMMEs, co-ops that we know they are funded, they are producing commodities that we consume as government, perhaps we should find means to make sure that we prioritize such initiatives so that they become sustainable. Otherwise, the issue of markets, we need to be deliberate about resolving such issues so that we give them a chance to make it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think in responding to this, you've also actually touched on the next question. But I also wanted to highlight that we usually seem to separate cooperatives from SMMEs, but we also forget that cooperatives in their own right, they are enterprising institutions, they are businesses. They also need to be managed in that way as well. Could be, for example, if you look, let's take an example of a financial cooperative or a cooperative bank. It would usually be formed or established within a common bond or a community that they live in. So essentially, the financial products that a cooperative bank would provide should be responding to the members of their needs in their community. And in doing that as well, they also promote a savings culture and so forth. So in essence, they're trying to respond to their members' needs. When you look at the members that they have, yes, it will be individual members. However, you'd also find businesses or other cooperatives in that same community that are banking with their own cooperative bank or financial cooperative. This makes them or puts them at the center of the value chain now when it comes to that. With the example that has just been given, with the same cooperatives who would provide products this week, then the next week they don't have. Could be a simple issue of interacting with their own cooperative bank, and it's at the center of ensuring that they have enough produce at any given time for them to be able to render their services elsewhere. So there is a full value chain where cooperatives, or we're going back again, cooperation among cooperatives in their different forms come into play. So that's quite critical. But then how do we support growth for primary cooperatives? How do we support growth for this movement? How do we maximize on these success stories that we hear? We usually hear a lot of negatives from the cooperative sector, but how do we maximize on these positives, on the success stories? Or maybe it's also how we report on those success stories. So how do we support the growth of primary cooperatives, the movement as a whole?
Maybe, sorry, can I start? Yeah, I think there's a big challenge in the ecosystem. The ecosystem is not necessarily supportive, certainly not of the social and solidarity economy in the broader sense. Cooperatives is probably a little bit better because it's legislated and so on. The social and solidarity economy doesn't have policy or legislation in the country at the moment. So social enterprises and the like have to either fit into a charity or a business. And they are in the middle of that, somewhere in the middle. So that's the first thing. The second thing is linkages. We just heard about the linkages and so on. I think there's a real need in, before I go there, there was a green paper, draft green paper drafted for the social and solidarity economy that has to be still submitted into cabinet. But the reality is that it's a missing component, because part of it is to address the issue of public procurement, linkages, and so on. Nobody's going to buy produce and that type of thing if you don't have consistency of supply, scale, or quality. And so those linkages need to happen. There's a very important part of maybe a social mark to say this is made. So I think the movement, the social and solidarity movement, needs to look at a social mark. Research still needs to be done. Market access, as you said, is a challenge. Accessing funds is always a problem, but it's not really a problem. The real problem lies in the types of financing available. We'd either do debt financing or grants. There's a whole range even within those, and at the same time, in between those, that could be done. And each cooperative will need different types of funding at a different stage in the life of the cooperative, etc., etc. So it's really important. The business support or some sort of support in terms of operating. We talked about governance, but business generally is really important, and so on. But it's important, I think, too, for us to start building a network, some sort of network of partnerships, partners, a community of practice. I'm a firm believer in communities of practice, and we're establishing one for the social and solidarity economy. But I think as part of it, or a segment of it, the likes of a cooperative community of practice would go really very far in terms of building that ecosystem and taking the voice of the cooperatives into some place. It's no good us individually trying to approach something. It would be far better if an organization take the collective voice. But anyway, that's some of the things I think we found that could help, and certainly some of those that we are trying to find ways in which to get around. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think just to build on the points you are making, and I want to agree fully that the cooperative sector, is part of the social and solidarity economy, and actually should be the foundation for an economy, as I understand it, that prioritizes social, economic, and environmental needs over profit maximization and so on. So that's what it says. I mean, that's the policy, and cooperatives fit very, very strongly in that framework. And as to the issues of growth and development, obviously there are many, many challenges for growth and development. And, I normally will highlight at least what I will call the 3 crises for co-ops, or 3 challenges to be positive on these challenges. Is that the first one, I think, is the challenges of identity. Okay, by that I mean cooperatives being aware of themselves that they are cooperatives, and that they're about addressing social needs, that they adhere to cooperative principles, so that they distinguish themselves from other types of enterprises. Which is why I'm not surprised when I hear the voices in the sector always insisting that, please, when you say SMMEs, please say and cooperatives. Because I think it is out of the concern that you club them and you blanket them under this word SMMEs, or the new word MS, I don't know what, micro, small, medium, and so on. You may actually, their identity won't be visible. They will remain invisible in the eyes of policymakers, in the eyes of those who are charged with promoting small businesses, and so on. So that's very, very important to highlight the identity. And it's an identity that is there already in law, in policy. But it is not an identity that is practiced by those who promote the growth and development of cooperatives. Okay, so this is very, very important. The other question about identity is also to recognize that co-ops are not necessarily many types of enterprises. They're actually very few. And it's because of the nature. They don't want to be a panacea to all kinds of social and economic problems, you know, which is why we, even in law and in practice, those types of cooperatives are identified. That you can either have a worker-owned or a user-owned. User-owned being those which are like banking, consumer, because these are about the members using the services of the co-op. And the worker-owned being those who work in the co-op are the owners. So in other words, ownership and control of the co-op is so essential in understanding the identity of cooperative. Who owns, who benefits, and lastly, how profits are distributed. So this is the second issue of challenge, I would say, is actually the policy and legal environment, in addition to flowing from the recognition of the identity. We still have a long way to go, even implementing the policies that are supposedly there to promote growth and development. You know, some say even 70% of the law has not been implemented. You know, we still don't have many institutions that are supposed to do that. Lastly, the challenge is what even my colleagues here in the panel have raised, the issues that are more internal to cooperatives, issues of governance, issues of management, and so on. And that also includes that around the cooperative, there must be a strong ecosystem. I just agree. The supporting institutions, both external, not just seeders, but also internal system. They must have their own training systems, financial support systems, not just banking, including cooperative insurance, by the way, is already in the legislation, the new legislation. So I would like to say that if we can address those, some of them, as I said, they're already there, they just need to be implemented. But others may require that policymakers, the sector as a whole, begin to put into place those mechanisms. Only that I think we can see a much more faster growth in the cooperative sector. Thank you.
Thanks, Tebogo. So I think there's no doubt that also, you know, as the Reserve Bank or the Prudential Authority, there is support for the growth of the sector. There are various initiatives that we do engage in to try and participate in the growth of the sector. We are continuously looking at the regulatory and supervisory framework which we're using to supervise these financial cooperatives. As indicated, I mean, a bank would have certain prudential requirements that we would observe and measure them on. The same way for the financial cooperatives, we would have a set of prudential requirements that we monitor, that they don't breach. For example, there's certain capital requirements that they must maintain, there's certain liquidity ratios that they must maintain to ensure that they are sound and are a going concern. So we also do then continuously relook at that. And we call it, you know, adopting a proportional approach. So in that, the capital requirements are relaxed. So how do we then supervise these entities according to their makeup and the model and the business model that they have? We also do have various partnerships globally or locally. So for example, there is a network of credit unions that meet annually, and in such engagements, we do then either discuss some of the challenges the CFIs, cooperative banks face, and globally what is being done. And then we do share ideas to try and ensure that we also have an appropriate framework which we use to supervise these entities. We also have, for example, in Africa, there is a network called the ACOSCA. We also annually meet with them, have what we call regulatory roundtables, and the intention is to also re-look at, from an African context, these are the entities that we have. How do we best supervise them? How do we best ensure that they are appropriately managed and regulated? So from the PA side, I can very well say there is support. Teboho also mentioned the issue of deposit insurance. So from a deposit insurance perspective, there is also that need for this type of a sector to also be included in a deposit insurance scheme. But I mean, as I've mentioned, with the challenges that we have, most of these entities either operate on a manual basis, they're using Excel sheets to record their deposits. So, it also does bring into question that, we also need to move along and be more innovative in the sector in terms of, if you are going to have a license to operate as a bank, surely you need to also cater to have a proper system in place in which you do record such deposits. And if you're going to give out loans, there has to be proper audit trail, there has to be proper backups in place. I mean, there's issues around digitization, issues around cyber risk. So we also now expect that some of, all of these entities do have appropriate systems in place for which, we can also ensure that there's a sound system in place to monitor some of deposits. So I think, for us, whilst we support the growth, there's no doubt that we also need to ensure that we create a very credible system in the financial cooperative system that has got integrity in how it operates, that has people that we can trust to, operate these entities. So there's various initiatives that the Reserve Bank and the Prudential Authority are doing to supervise these. Thanks.
Just quickly on support for growth. I visited Kenya. The National School Nutrition Program there is supported through government initiatives to grow maize, agro-process it, and supply to the National School Nutrition Program, and it's ring-fenced for them. So the principle of cooperation amongst cooperatives, aggregation of whatever economies of scale and volume that each of these enterprises can produce is very critical. And then targeted sourcing, of course, the value chain approach to say there will be grain producers, extension services, financial support on a scale of 70 year one, year two goes down to 50, year three, 30%. After that, you are out. You should be self-sustainable at that point. SASSA, our agency, we have the National Development Agency and SASSA. SASSA, in just the past financial year, managed to source 189 million worth of school uniforms for social relief of distress from COPs, SMMEs, small entities, but collectively that could be possible because they had put all their efforts together. There was a targeted program to ensure that we source from this and that becomes a niche market for them, and that way those entities become self-sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've run out of time, but thank you so much to the panel. I think we actually need the whole day for this or more, just to delve into, cooperatives as well, using it as a social tool. Social entrepreneurship comes into play there. And usually cooperatives are referred to as sleeping giants because it's like they're still sleeping, they haven't realized their potential. And I think these discussions with action would essentially be critical in ensuring that we awaken that sleeping giant. Thank you so much, and thanks to the panel. Thank you.
Let us give them the round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The time now, thanks. The time now is 10 minutes past 11. We are expected at least at 10:15 to take a tea break. So let us take a tea break now and be back here at 11:25. Please, if we could do that. Let's take a tea break and be back here at 11. Then we can continue with the program. There are about 3 items that we need to attend to. Thank you very much. 25 minutes past 11, we should be back. for SMME in the Africa Trade Agreement. That is the big issue. And how do we then leverage the Sustainable Development Goals as well as the International Market Access and Africa Agenda to make sure that in these programs that have been designed, indeed, SMME find opportunities there. If we could maybe start engaging on that. I will ask you, Dominique, to lead us, just to give us an opening on this area so that you could set the scene on these items. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dominique Vincent from the Department of Small Business Development. Mine today is to set the tone for the session on international market access and the Africa Agenda. It is important. Am I audible? Somebody needs to move this. And now? Am I audible? Perfect. Should I start over? Mine today is to set the tone for the session on international relations and the Africa Agenda. It is important to note that the department actually has in place what is called an international relations strategy and framework policy. This policy framework was developed and approved in 2019, and it frames various interventions that we as government, not only the Department of Small Business Development, is required to implement in order to grow small businesses so that they become very competitive. This policy framework is aligned to the game changer, which speaks to creating the platform for strengthening partnerships. We've got to strengthen partnerships with the public sector, the private sector, but also international organizations. Therefore, this particular strategy lends a unique identity for the role of the Department of Small Business Development to start setting up a relationship with international partners. So this strategy starts speaking about some of the constraints, the binding constraints experienced by SMMEs and cooperatives when it comes to linking to international markets. Lack of finance is one, technical and business skills, regulation and procurement-related constraints, a specific topic that has been raised over the past 2 days, a lack of exposure to international investors, and a lack of flexible industrial and trade policies that we need to put in place as a government to improve the competitiveness and to integrate small businesses into regional and global value chains. So to address some of these issues, the department has come up with some interventions. I'm not going to go into much detail, but we've got the She Trades ZA Hub that we are implementing in partnership with ITC, implemented by CEDA. The purpose of the hub is to encourage women-owned enterprises to register on the platform so that we are able to identify gaps, get them export ready, and assist them to link to international platforms exporting their goods and services. To date, we've got about 3,000 women-owned enterprises registered on the platform, and some good initiatives underway, especially with donor organizations. Should you require more information on the She Trades program, I encourage you to please check on the department's website. We've also got the Export Development Program implemented by CEDA. This program aims to generate export-ready businesses so that we can link them to global and international markets. We've got trade fairs and exhibitions to allow for business-to-business linkages internationally, and most of these are realized through multilateral and bilateral agreements that we have in place. Let's move over to the important topic of the day, which is the Africa Agenda. In more recent times, the emphasis has shifted to more of economic diplomacy rather than processes, events, and conferences that we used to participate in with various other countries on the African continent, especially with the introduction of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. One of the key interventions of the International Relations Business Unit within the Department of Small Business Development is to develop multilateral and bilateral agreements with various countries within the continent. For the past 2 years, our focus has been on Africa, but there's more that we need to do because we know that this area agreement will open up opportunities for small businesses to participate in cross-border value chains. In this connection, the department works with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, as well as research organizations to gain a better sense of the opportunities as well as market intelligence in terms of cross-border value chains. It is important to note that the African continent accounts for roughly 18% of South Africa's total exports and nearly 25% of its manufactured exports. So the share of small businesses and cooperatives in total exports to the African continent really needs to be properly assessed and increased. The department has got a distinct role to play in identifying opportunities for small businesses on the continent. It requires market intelligence, scoping opportunities in public procurement markets in various African countries, and for honing the key priorities of the Minister of Small Business Development when it comes to participating in state visits or undertaking bilateral missions in the African continent and beyond. A very important and a great achievement for South Africa, by using platforms such as BRICS, further markets are opened. South Africa takes on the chairship of BRICS in 2023, and one of the key themes for the year that has been approved is unlocking opportunities through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So the 5 member countries, whilst in South Africa, whilst the chairship is with South Africa, need to focus their attention on assisting South Africa with the implementation of the Free Trade Agreement. The key priorities that has been identified for the Department of Small Business Development in terms of thematic implementation during our chairship is to unlock localization through the strengthening of industrialization. This was made possible because the department has got a localization policy in place which aims to strengthen industrialization and address issues around import substitution. So that becomes very exciting for us. The priority areas for discussion under our chairship is access to finance for small business in export markets specifically, SMME cooperation amongst BRICS members to support increased participation of SMMEs and cooperatives in the digital economy, as well as unlocking funding for industrial and infrastructure projects through the BRICS New Development Bank, specifically into Africa. I trust that the information I've provided allows pointers for further deliberation. I thank you.
Okay. Can Zinclef join us, please, as well? Yeah, okay, thanks. I think we've got a scene that has already been provided to us by Dominique. You can see that government is involved in a number of programs really to unlock international markets for small businesses in South Africa. We're involved in BRICS, we are also participating in the Africa Trade Agreement, and we're also involved in other various bilateral, we've entered into bilateral and multilateral agreements. So the question then becomes, how do we then, as here in South Africa, leverage the intra-trade, especially in Africa? How do we then do this? If I could just hand over to you.
I go first. I think it's good morning, still good morning, probably. I don't have my watch. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think there's few context issues that maybe we need to raise. One, which actually forces us to look at, as South Africa and Africa, at a free trade agreement. That's a very critical point for inclusive growth and sustainable development. One, I think, is what happened in 2015 in the EU when they signed what they call the EU Green Deal, which one of objectives for them to move the EU into what they call a carbon-free economy by 2050. So that is critical, and then they come up with strategy. Most of the EU member states are developing what they call circular economy maps, which means that they design for reuse. What it means is that they're gonna reuse most of their products that they have already used. Like, for example, if you have been manufacturing TV or whatever, then at the end of its life, you have to reuse those components. What it means is that, therefore, our reliance on the international markets, especially the EU, is going to be constrained. So this forces us to actually take the Africa Free Trade Agreement quite critical as a first point. Secondly, the EU, I think in 2021, passed what they call a carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is like a carbon tax. And then they have listed few products because they have an ETS system where if you are a carbon emitter, you need to buy some carbon credits, and then that makes your products a little bit expensive. So with our heavy carbon economy, if they're gonna start increasing list of products that are gonna be subjected to this levy, our goods in Africa are gonna be very not competitive in the EU market. Therefore, the issue of the free trade agreement for Africa becomes critically important on how we look at it as South Africa as a market, rather than looking at the EU because of this constraint that I have looked at. But just to indicate, here are just take like pointers. One, this is a free trade agreement, the largest in the world, with 55 countries, with a market of 1.3 billion people. Africa's GDP is going to be almost 3 to 3.4 trillion. And then South Africa is one of the countries that have a quite sophisticated economy in the continent, and then we have been fortunately trading with different countries globally, and then the standards are equivalent to those that are in the EU or in North America. So therefore, I think what needs to happen, I think, in South Africa practically is that to look at developing some sort of a guideline for SMMEs on how they go into to access this market in Africa. There are a lot of protocols in the EU trade agreement. Others are about rules of origin. The others will be the issues about labeling so that you can be able to know where the products come from. But what I'm saying that South Africa is already exposed to that because we're exporting a lot of our issues to the markets, and these are the standards that we are already subjected to now. So it will be easy for us to come up with some sort of a guideline, and I think UNDP probably will be looking to work together with the department in looking at that, developing some sort of a guideline for SMMEs. But secondly, there is an asymmetry of information between different countries in South Africa. Sometimes we get information within UNDP. I remember, I think, one company in Cote d'Ivoire was looking for paper, and then they were sourcing their paper from China, but they didn't want to source paper from China anymore. They wanted to source paper from South Africa. And I realized there is no trading platform for Africa where you can go on and then look at who whatever shoes producers in South Africa were producing, whatever Nike shoes or whatever that we can buy when you need in. So this is one, I think, of the easy way of actually doing that, embedding some sort of an online trading platform in Africa where you can verify everyone. All the products that are being produced, they meet the standard, and then I think that will be easy in terms of addressing asymmetry of information, an opportunity for SMEs, not for South Africa only, but for all SMEs in Africa. But most importantly is that we know that with regard to sustainable development goals, that trade is an engine for growth and inclusive development. The statistics from the Africa Free Trade Agreement say if we implement it, we'll be able to lift out about like 30 million people out of poverty by 2030. So contributing directly to sustainable development goals, particularly SDG 1. Thank you.
I can go. Thank you.
You can introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Lutando Jack. I work for Nelson Mandela University. I'm championing entrepreneurship development at the university. And we are currently putting together all various enterprises, in our university into an Africa hub for entrepreneurship and social innovation. I think for me, perhaps we need to start with the basics. I think we've got to ask ourselves a critical question in terms of as sitting here at the south of the continent, what is our understanding of the continent? What makes a business work, on our continent? So the question of reorienting ourselves in terms of how we see and how we look at the continent will be really very, very important as a point of departure. And embedded in that reorientation should be the cultivation of what I would call a social capital of trust. Because, I can ask here how many of us have visited just a single African country. Then it talks to us, as South African in terms of our commitment, to the renewal agenda of the continent, to agenda 2063. So that's one. Two, if you look at all the developed economies, what has made them to lead in almost all sectors is as a result of knowledge hubs and knowledge clusters. Now I'm talking about this coming from a university. So everything that we do has got to be underpinned by knowledge. It's got to be underpinned by a robust intelligence about our continent, and deal with this holistically. I think the minister in her opening address yesterday talked about a systems approach, looking at this thing as a whole. So we need not to just look at issues of market and issues of trade, but we've got to tackle the continent as a whole, because if we're only looking at it purely from the perspective of trade, we're going to miss other enablers in terms of ensuring that we succeed. I'm sure, we know the lessons that were learned by MTN, for instance, as well as other businesses that are on the continent. So intelligence, not just market intelligence, but robust intelligence, knowledge, pooling partnerships amongst our knowledge sector in our universities, as well as partnering these, with the universities on the continent. And that's exactly what we're trying to do in terms of the Africa Hub, for entrepreneurship and social innovation, at our university. And also sort out the whole education system, not just for the country, but also for the continent, especially given the fact that our continent is young. 60% of its inhabitants are young people. So we've got to then harness the demographic dividend at our continent, and in case it turns, into what is called a demographic disaster. And I think we know the crisis that we're facing, for instance, of young people. So a focus of cultivating young entrepreneurs on the continent, working with Gen Africa, coordinating all of us, as well as creating outfits like an Africa Youth Entrepreneurship Connect. You know, that is going to pull together, create platforms for co-learning, for learning, you know, amongst young entrepreneurs. So that will be basically my opening comments. Thanks.
Let me give it to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, by way of introduction, my name is Zinhle Mncube, and I sit as an investment associate here at 22 on Sloan, which obviously is the affiliate for not only just Gen South Africa, but Gen Africa as a whole. So where we sit, obviously, we see ourselves as an ecosystem enabler, where we pull in various sectors of government, various sectors in the private sector, various sectors within international organizations and bodies. And when doing that, we ensure that the packages that we give to an SME or an entrepreneur allows and enables them to, I guess, launch and become global brands. Now, from where we're sitting, I think maybe there are a couple of things that I'd like to maybe just reflect on. Firstly, in light of maybe the continent realizing that we need to pull from one side, we may then just need to ask ourselves then as entrepreneurs whether we are solving continental problems first. In the packages and the business models and the various businesses that we are doing, great as they are, we've seen some of them going to be called unicorns, meaning they are worth more than about $1 billion. But it's a question of, is it solving continental pressing problems? We want all these things, we want success, but are we using entrepreneurship as a great conduit for development? That's probably the first question. And then once we've identified those problems, and I think it's something that Mr. Lutando Jack did allude to, is are there sufficient skills for these problems to be attended to by these entrepreneurs? We see, especially where we sit, where we work quite a bit with tech startups, it's a question then of, are these entrepreneurs equipped enough to, I guess, bring about these ideas that they may have? And in some instances, that answer is no. That's another thing that I want to put together. So then, what we need to reflect on then is, what is the sort of packages do we put together to enable these entrepreneurs, A, to solve these problems adequately, and B, to be equipped from a skill set point of view to be able to solve these problems and have sustainable businesses. Now, when you look at the Africa Free Trade Agreement, the question, another one that we may pose is, where then does the SME fit in? Because when you look at the face of the typical SMME within the continent, it is survivalist. So then, meaning they are living from hand to mouth. And in some instances, had it not been for the lack of jobs, they would not be an entrepreneur. So in some instances, they're entrepreneurs by circumstance, which in some instances is not a bad thing. But then, how then are we enabling them to go from survivalist to absolutely thriving? Then we must then look at the Africa Free Trade Agreement, in that if there is a face for an SMME there, what packages need to exist for that SME to feel included? Do we then need to look at how, maybe from a trade point of view, the various trade ministries within the continents, how do they then coordinate themselves for the benefit of the SME? When you look at financial packages, is that something that sits with the Africa Development Bank, or maybe perhaps the New Development Bank, to put together these packages? Because in some instances, a lot of these funds go towards infrastructure-oriented type of funding, which is very important to even enable trade. We do need that economic infrastructure, such as roads, such as running water, electricity. All these things need to exist, but then what package exists for an SMME to be able to leverage that Africa Free Trade Agreement? And I'd also like to just borrow from what Mr. Lutando had said around, even from our perspective as South Africa, we really, really need to work on our respect for our fellow African brothers in a sense of how we trade. We have seen many, many big businesses from South Africa thinking that they can throw their weight around in the other parts of the continent, thinking that success is an automatic thing, and then coming back to South Africa with their tails between their legs. So it means then there is a big respect thing that needs to go into how we do business with our fellow African countries. So I think as 22 on Sloan, the work that we have done, and I think as a custodian for Gen Africa, we do want to pull together our efforts to bring everyone in the continent. So much so that in the accelerator program that we run, we are looking now to recruit startups from Kenya as well as Nigeria. I mean, it's not the whole continent, but it covers parts of the continent where a lot of good activity is taking place from that point of view. But we are also, in a sense, having preliminary conversations with countries such as Rwanda, who have positioned themselves as a fintech hub. So companies such as a Flutterwave, I think I may be mistaken, but even a Jumia, which are quite notable fintech startups from the continent, set up shop there. Because what they've done is they've put together a nice set of packages from a tax and even from a regulatory point of view to make it easy for startups or tech startups within fintech to set themselves up. They even have a mandate to be able to broaden it to not just fintech, but other sectors. So if we can have a continentally broad view in how a country like Rwanda is approaching this, in including these startups to be able to thrive, because they're taking a long-term view. These SMEs will not be an overnight success. It may be 2 years of doing great and another couple of years of just being in the trough. But then what support system exists for them to see them through those various cycles? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think we have answered most of the issues here, but I think the issue that I want to emphasize on for us, we hear the impediments, we hear the shortcomings that are there, which we need to overcome as South Africa if we are to be competitive in the continent. We hear that our approach to the continent must be based on knowledge, and it must be based also on respect, which I think that is one of the issues that we need to know. How do we then as South Africa really position ourselves to be able to master this Africa free trade and be able to really leverage our opportunities? Yes, indeed, our SMMEs, some of them are survivalists, but there are those that we've grown who are now ready to export. The question is, how do we then really facilitate for them to find niche markets in the continent under this umbrella of free trade? That, I think it's $1 million question that I think we must be seized with. Absolutely. So let me then pose this question to you. In your view, what are the short-term issues that we should do to make sure that we could really survive in this regard? I heard the colleagues from the university really saying to us that this must be on a systematic basis. We must be systematizing the whole aspect. And I think our government officials are hearing this, and also the entire ecosystem is hearing this, because we need to collaborate in developing that system to enable to facilitate these SMME. Maybe let me just put it to you to say, in your thinking, what do you think are the easy target, easy fruits that we can deal with in this particular area so that we could be able to achieve our objectives, because definitely we want to increase our exports. And the continent is our natural market, in my view. Thanks. Over to you.
Thanks again. I mean, there are a few pointers that we can look at, and information is readily available of which countries is importing what from where, and then it can actually don't want to use that. Other people wants to use import substitution for Africa. But a classical example, Nigeria is importing 2.5 billion worth of tomato paste. Yeah, South Africa have one of the biggest tomato producers in the country, and I think during the I forgot the facilitator who was talking about multilateral, Dominic talking about multilateral, agreements. That is exactly some of the things that we need to look at if we have big companies here in South Africa, like I said, too, and as the Department of Small Business Development and say, should try to integrate small businesses into this and see how we can attack that market in Nigeria. It is there. Nigeria and South Africa have very good relationship. Secondly, a long time ago, when South Africa was negotiating AGOA, because I'm on the other side at UNDP and looking on the side, we just did a little bit of a look at the studies. Many African countries were actually importing chicken, and then there was an issue about dumping of chicken from the US, but we had the market here in DRC and many other countries. So information is readily available. I think what we need to do, and I think what UNDP will be prepared to do, is to sit down and we crash these numbers and look how do we position our SMMEs. Like I said, come up probably with the guideline in terms of, the trade finance, trade adjustments facilities, developing some sort of a trade credibility on payment and things like that. That would make it easy for us to be able to do this, but also develop a platform to say, if you are in Burundi, you want to order tires from South Africa, you can go online and check, and then on our system, then what we can do, we can verify a mechanism that all suppliers are verified. I know there is APSA have some sort of a supply development program where they are verifying suppliers. We can just adopt that model and then make it for Africa, and then come up with a payment credibility system so that, the trade facilitation becomes credible. Yeah.
Where are these opportunities, really? Can we answer that? Are there opportunities under Africa Trade Agreement, and where? Which sectors which really could work towards the South African economy and the SMME sector? Over to you.
All right. No, thanks. I think one area that is underdeveloped, for instance, if you just look at the oceans economy, I'm saying it's a new economic frontier, but we just need enablers to facilitate participation. I will be biased towards the youth to facilitate, for instance, the participation of young people, in that particular sector. We started well with Operation Pakistan. A lot of work was done, but I think again the challenge is at the point of implementation. Two, going back to the aspect of knowledge, I do think that we need, as the knowledge sector or as universities, to build what I would call universities within universities, cultivate entrepreneurial universities that deal with all these matters that were raised yesterday, from commercializing research. This is the work that we're doing, for instance, as Mandela University, we've started companies that were developed, as a result of commercializing research. But not just build entrepreneurial universities in South Africa, but a partner in that process with similar universities, on the continent, so that they can then be able to support the work of cultivating entrepreneurs, on the continent. Document what works, then document what doesn't work. And then I think the other a quick win that we can look at, which I think that's what 22 on Sloan is moving towards, is just to connect the existing enterprises, entrepreneurs, on the continent. And we can exploit, for instance, digital technologies for purposes of doing that. I do know that the minister is the champion in this regard at government level, but at the level of a civil society, you just need that platform for purposes of sharing information, learning, as well as partnering, create partners, because in my view, I don't think that a South African company on its own will be able to succeed without partnering with businesses, in that particular country. Otherwise, how are you going to get intelligence in terms of issues of culture, and so on, in that particular country? So I do think that again, that one-stop shop that NISET is talking about, but scaled now at the level of the continent. I think those things could be easily done, particularly if we exploit cooperation, within the ecosystem, as well as build this public, private, and people partnership, or what is called quadruple helix types of partnerships. Thanks.
Thank you. Sihle?
Great, thank you, Chair. I think maybe then to piggyback off of the colleagues' points, I think with where we are, we probably don't need to introduce relatively new things, in my view. There is NISID, which I'd like to believe is quite comprehensive in trying to pull together all these various stakeholders and in the various game changer segments that they're in. I think where the NISID framework actually takes flight and is fully implemented, SMEs by nature, because they are the beneficiaries, will be able to grow from there. And once they grow, other ecosystem enablers, for example, if we were to look at A22 loan, which already has a touch point in 42 countries through Gen Africa, there's, as Lieutenant has mentioned, there are various ways that we can make those connections. And I think when it comes to connecting and seeing what we can do on the other side, we must also concede that there is something that the other side can do for us. It's not just purely South Africa throwing and dumping everything to everyone, but also South Africa accepting some of the things that the other African countries have to offer to us. So, and maybe to be a bit more practical, and it's quite a bilateral thing, when you look at the South African development community, that is a very, very strong block that a lot of trade takes place amongst the SADC countries. And I think if SADC can move into, for example, a stronger relation with an ECOWAS, as an example, then it fosters so many opportunities because NISET is there and thereabouts as well. And so whatever conversation is had within ECOWAS, we can take SMMEs there. And we can, I think, to what has been said earlier, looking at a potential platform that has all these opportunities that SMEs can take advantage of, and also we can leverage off from the other side. But I still go back to that point of, yes, indeed, there is an opportunity, but then it's a question of that readiness for an SME. You wouldn't want to just give someone an opportunity for the sake of opportunity. You give someone an opportunity because they deserve it, irrespective of the enabling environments that you create. Whether that SME or that environment was there or not, that SME should be capable and should be empowered enough from a skill set and from within their business model to take advantage of that opportunity. So for example, a Sloan can come in because we do a lot of capacity building, and even from a CEDA point of view, who do a lot of capacity building in and of themselves, their work then is ensuring that each and every SME, or as many SMEs as possible, are empowered enough. So I think from where we are, there are so many good pieces that we have within South Africa to take advantage of opportunities from the rest of the continent, because our financial system is quite advanced and is amongst the best in the world. We have very good, all things considered, infrastructure from a telecom's point of view to roads, all things considered, even electricity when you compare. But then all of these things need to be bettered, of course. And all of these things, should they be implemented, to what Lutando said, should they be implemented well, it does allow us to take advantage of these opportunities and us leveraging off of these relationships from SADC to other economic blocks in the rest of the continent, and then even taking it to an AU. So there's a CEDA, there's a CIFA, there's an NEF, there's an IDC, there's all the, maybe the big 4 or 5 banks. We've got all these new banks as well, such as a Time and even a Bank Zero. We've got all these other tech startups as well. We've got these great ecosystems. It's all now putting it all into a place such as a NISID, where all these things can be comprehensively put together, and we take what we have to the rest of the continent.
Thank you, Sihle. Let me open it up for comments and questions from the floor. Colleagues, we have run out of time, but let me just allow a few minutes. Yes? Yes, ma'am? Yeah. Where are the mics? Colleagues, can we give her the mic, please? Another hand. Where is it?
Okay, while we wait.
Okay. Yeah, start, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Start.
Dumelang Sanbonan.
Yeah. You're noted there at the back.
And
good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Juliet Miabo. As I mentioned yesterday, I'm wearing a Township Economic Council of South Africa hat, and we also work with One Soweto. Yet, on another level, on an international level, I'm part of UnityNet, African Diaspora, and a few other networks. So this discussion is very close to my heart, because one of the reasons I'm involved in those organizations, which are global, international, is to position not South Africa, is to position townships. Because South Africa is well positioned internationally. It is well known on the basis of our history, on the basis of our success, infrastructure. So the world has come in to maximize those benefits for themselves, not just Africa, but Europe and so forth. The reason we need to position townships, and particularly SMMEs, is because we need a situation where there's a clear understanding that the inequalities of South Africa is the number 1 unequal society in the world, that the impact of that necessitates organizations and summits like this one. So all this, what we are saying, is very well. Nigeria is supportive, is doing well in the ICT. Kenya is doing very well in all spaces, including agriculture. East Africa, the DRC. So Rwanda, let's talk about Rwanda. Rwanda is doing well based on the decisions and the policies that the government there took. It was not a natural course that happened because they happened to be in Rwanda. As much as we have all these positive things, our government, with due respect to ministers and everyone else, our government has to make sure that they correct those consequences of our history. We are sitting here on the imbalance, the fact that we don't even have enough women representation, not anywhere else, just on that panel. You see, that becomes, that is a...
We take the blame.
Yes,
we definitely take it.
Yes, we will just fix that situation. And then you have other countries such as Kenya that have the support from the government, but they have challenges such as land ownership. So we want good policies. We need to learn from them. So it's a
two-way traffic.
It's a two-way traffic.
Yeah.
But South Africa, SMMEs, our culture that we don't have, is historic. We come from a history where apartheid gave people this, gave you this. Our government is giving people 350. It's giving us. So we need to change the culture so that we participate in free trade agreements. And it is embarrassing on those platforms to tell you as a South African, because people expect South Africa to be leading. Yet, unfortunately, the culture and the background and all those socio-economic challenges that our SMMEs and our history are actually holding people back. So, but the world needs to know we have the infrastructure, but we need support to make sure that it works for us. It's not as easy as it is on paper.
Yes, ma'am. No, thank you very much with those points. Definitely, we need to attend to the enterprises that are in the township, promote them, and make sure that they get to be linked with their counterparts in Africa, as well as also in the rural areas. That's non-debatable. We need to correct the agenda here as well. At the back, yes, sir, you are not here. Please take the platform. Yes?
Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon. Just speak to the mic.
Okay, my name is Lindo Mkize. Just a brief background. I come from corporate. I've done a lot of things in corporate with an HR background, including getting a PhD in HR and so forth. But during lockdown, I realized that it's time to give back to the community. So in March, I bought a farm, meaning I'm a farmer now. And from that, I already supplied different organizations, SPA, and all these other ones, including Food Lovers Market. However, what I've realized is government keeps on giving people money. And it's like feeding a child that's been hungry for the past 30 days, and you just come and give them SEMP. They're definitely going to die because they've been hungry for the longest time. If you give one organization millions and you just expect them to fly, you are setting them up for failure. And that is not fair. Personally, I meet with my banker on a 3-month basis and an accountant to go through my own finances. What about one organization that has been given millions to a person that has never touched $1 million before, but now you're giving them millions? And the next thing is, people on the ground don't just need money. They need infrastructure. On my own, I can get my own infrastructure because I've been working for the longest time. I can afford it. If you give a person a farm for free, digging a borehole, I paid 79,000 rands a month ago. That was after I paid 65,000 rands for another borehole. How is that person going to afford that? It doesn't make sense. Give people infrastructure, monitor them, have KPAs on a 3-month basis, have a team that meets with those people to see how far they've gone. If you release funds, just say, you qualify for this because this is your business proposal. However, we're not going to release all this money to you. We're going to give you a quota, go and do this. After 3 months, we're going to come and monitor how far you've gone and assist you during that process if there are failures. And after that, after maybe 3 years, then convert a portion of that into a grant. Don't just give people grants.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Colleagues, your last words. Your last words. Can I start with you, Sihle? just give your own summary, and then
Great.
maybe if you've got anything to comment on the 2 comments we've received.
Thank you very much. On my last points, I think it just goes back to probably what the comments that were made, and probably just to reflect on them. I absolutely agree around we can't just give out finance, one. It has to be, especially when you want to walk the journey of enabling entrepreneurship, because the first point alluded to the entrepreneurial mindset in South Africa. And when you look at the survey from an entrepreneurial sentiments point of view, South Africa, compared to the rest of the continent, is not as entrepreneurial as we think. In as much as we tout it, in as much as we encourage it, unfortunately, perhaps when you were to look at an entrepreneur, if we had to give them a sustainable job versus them running a business, they'd probably choose a job. So that's where we are. And I think then we need to encourage problem solving as a society. We need to incentivize it. This is not just a entrepreneurial thing. This goes into the work that we do in our jobs, be it government, be it in the private sector. We need a lot of people that want to be problem solvers. Because when you look at what an entrepreneur is, essentially, it's a problem solver who's getting paid for solving a problem. And so if we can start there and incentivize that, then I think we will work towards shifting that mindset. And then when you look then at innovation as well, that has to be incentivized. A lot of developed nations, when you look at the spend that goes into their research and development, it is very high. It's not just a university thing, but it's just broadly where good ideas and innovation are incentivized. So if we can solve for that, we can go a long way. And even to encourage then even the various corporate and financial programs and packages as well, is that to the lady's comments, the second comment, is to do not just look at an entrepreneur as a way for you to meet your ROIs. It's very easy to fall into that trap. They're not just ROIs. Their businesses are their lives. And so the question then is, what do we need to put together for that life to remain? And you don't have to solve it alone. This is where an ecosystem exists. Who do you need to pull from the ecosystem to ensure that this body of an entrepreneur still is sustainable? What sort of capacity building do they need? Do I need to reach out to a CEDA? Do I need to reach out to a 22 Sloan? From a market access point of view, maybe there's something that we can leverage from the free trade agreement for them to actually be able to export. But then it's a question of how do we ready them from a capacity point of view to a finance package point of view. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Sihle. Mr. Lieutenant Check.
Yeah, thanks. No, I think I agree with the comment, particularly around holistic support throughout the value chain. And indeed, I think people don't want handouts, they want a hand up. So that's the type of reorientation that we really need to embark upon. I also agree with everything that's raised, but I also just want to pick on the point that has been made about the importance of monitoring and evaluation. Not monitoring and evaluation from a technicist point of view, but monitoring and evaluation that is really fashioned around impact assessment. I think what I'm hearing is that entrepreneurship has to be transformative. It has to be distributive, because really the country is talking about inclusive growth, mutual development. I think that's the approach we need to take, as we move, into the continent. And I think the leadership is a key success factor. We are happy with the leadership that the minister is playing, in this particular area. Because if you look at the country like Rwanda, for instance, you've got, for instance, the political leadership, the president being really the champion, of this particular work. Hence, Rwanda is being seen as the emerging success story, on the continent. But not just political leadership. I'm saying leadership right across sectors. And then the last point, ecosystem, yes, but we also need clusters within the ecosystem around sectors. And then these clusters have got to be supported by what I referred to as knowledge hubs. Because you're not going to be able to succeed if you are not driven by evidence, if you are not knowledge-based, if you don't have intelligence. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Litolo? Jana?
Thank you very much. I think the ecosystem is quite important, and I think you can link it with what Minister said about a systemic approach to problem solving or addressing these issues. But one, I think, component that has been missing and I've been thinking about is, although this high failure rate, and I agree that maybe we are not as entrepreneurial as we think we are as South Africans. We may have a debate about that because I think our market is extremely concentrated and the barriers to enter into the market are high, and then therefore that's why people are discouraged to even venture into entrepreneurship or this high failure rate. And I think, in my honest view, I think you look at the amount of bread that we are consuming in the country, and then we have a big company supplying bread for all of us. It's no other country there is something like that. You have like village bakeries and things like that, but it's difficult to enter that market. And then these are the issues. Therefore, entrepreneurs in rural areas who can start small bakeries and supply bread to feeding schemes and things like that, they cannot, because we have this big player who's taking maybe the whole flour on the market and everything, and then you are not able to come. So I will say we need to look at how the Competition Commission cracks the whip in all different sectors to make it easy for entrepreneurs, small enterprises to enter those markets. I know it's a controversial thing, but I think I should just put that on.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for our panel here. Let's give them a round of applause. Please, guys, we can do better. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's come down here. You guys, you need to come. You need to shorten things. Time we're not having a lot of time. Yeah. Okay. Oh, is MJ? Okay. Here, we're here. Yeah. Okay. You have a pen there? Yeah? What? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Colleagues, let's go and proceed. We don't have time. Let's go to our next panel. The next panel is going to discuss the strategic focus areas related to the NISET strategic framework, which was in a way summarized by the Deputy Minister yesterday, but we have the a panel of experts that is going to really engage on a deep dive on this particular issue. Let me call upon MJ. MJ, who will be the facilitator. MJ. Okay. Let me call Vugile. Vugile, take the podium, sir. Miss Lisa. Lisa from Nedlec. Yeah, come forward, ma'am. Ngaki. Mataban. Yeah. Oh, who am I? Okay. Vusinhlapo, join us, sir. And then also Miss SA2, Makonjo. Miss SA2, yeah, come forward, ma'am. Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. Let me hand over to you, MJ, to facilitate this panel. MJ, we don't have time, sir. Can you help us also with time, we need to be done here by 1. At least we go for lunch at 15 minutes past 1. Yeah, 15 minutes past 1, where we have the panel have engaged and then we've allowed also the flow. All right. Yeah, thanks. If you could help us there. Okay.
Hold the mic, sir. There's another one, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Here is it, MJ. Just give them. You can lead. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Mujalefa Muhoto. I know I was mentioned as MJ just to complete the name. Just to complete the name. Thank you very much. We have our panelists here that are going to discuss a very important issue as we sum up the discussions that we have had during the past 1 day and a half, especially on the NICET master plan or NICET strategic framework. As we sum up, we're going to be engaging on the issues of how do we coordinate this work. As you would know, that the NICET strategic framework is predicated upon the coordination of particular undertakings that are encapsulated in that particular framework, but also that are included in the economic risk construction and recovery plan. Thank you very much. Let me, for now, allow Mr. Vugile Nkabinde just to give an overview of the discussion points, and then we can actually proceed. Vugile, over to his 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much, DG. Let me greet the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and all our dignitaries, protocol observed in the interest of time. But there's no way, Chairperson, I wouldn't pass on this one, Baba Jeff in particular. You know, I went to a Sangoma man last week, yabo. And then the Sangoma man, as we were going, he's going, wala. Then the cell phone rings. The guy goes, cool, hello. Oh, he laughs. I'm like, where is this energy now? So, Minister, I'm asking that we need to have some kind of standards also for certain sectors, man. There is this indigenous knowledge system sector. It's a very powerful economic one, so we can do nice. Thank you. Dear colleagues, this has been said about the journey that this NICET has taken, the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Strategic Framework. As it was said on the speeches from the awards, that we come from the white paper. The last strategy was ISPESE, which was evaluated with DPME, hence, and it gives a base for this one, NICET, with the improvement plan. And as it was said, it is now the official strategy, as it were. And from that gazetting, we get inputs, colleagues, up until the level where really we are at. I'm going to draw your attention really that we are here on number 7. These were steps that we moved from DPME to cabinet up until now. In fact, it is this very same strategy called NISET that calls for a summit every 2 years, as we will see, wherein the President's leads. We are not going to repeat that. We know National Development Plan articulates really the vision of economic growth and job creation through small enterprises. So in essence, this has to be at the epicenter of our, let me say, as a country, being a globe itself, at our global macro level, to ensure that it permeates in all the levels and the ecosystem. So we thank you so much for heeding the call, for being with us here. As you have heard yesterday, these ones of game changers, and indeed today, this one really talks to about institutional arrangements. What this really means, how are we going to implement really this plan? So we are kindly asking also for inputs from your good selves in terms of that. So I won't also repeat, it's just an emphasis on the slide, just the words that are dark there, that NISET, as per the National Small Enterprise Act, will be gazetted as the new National Small Business Support Strategy as per the Act. In other words, it's not just a creative thing we're doing by law. This is our third strategy since white paper, ISPESE, and now NISET. So it has to be seen, what is this NISET game changing really? What is it that is different that is being done? And it's articulated in this flow as I go to my last slide after here. That is, we have found that indeed, with evidence, with information, with data, you've got a right to speak, you've got a right to do whatever you want to do. So it becomes our pillar, our mantra pillar, our basis. That evidence inform what? Your policy now. In other words, you don't just wake up. What informs your policy really? Because whether your M&E says this, the research says and this, therefore, we are able to tune yourself to say, this is my intent. We're going to do this because it's informed. So hence the pillar 2 of these 4 pillars, research, information, and then this policy one. So when we are clear with your policy that is evidence-based, we are clear now what interventions in terms of programs, finance and non-financial support you are to do. Meaning, if we are saying, therefore, CEDA and CIFA, whatever shape they take, at that level is key. And you'll see the propositions also from institutional arrangements that the Act, there's a chapter 3 that talks about CEDA itself being incorporated. Section 10B there, it's very clear about CEDA having to coordinate all public sector funded enterprise development initiatives. And during the consultations, we were found wanting, we were asked about that in one of the floors to say, we've got, in this geography, South Africa, almost 3 countries. You are developing your strategy. How is it linked to the Gauteng one or the Eastern Cape one or theirs to yours in a way? How is the DDM, the district also there, linking to that? Because they are, what are these annual financial year starts in July for the municipalities and so on. If we are going for that one plan, one budget, what institutional arrangements are there to be done? So with that information, policy clarity, targeted interventions of finance and non-finance, you can only do that with partnerships. So partnerships, this is where then we were found wanting with the previous ones. The evaluation of the previous strategy just said, wow, you've got all these very, very nice programs, interventions. Yes, they are somehow spot on. However, you fail to coordinate yourself, especially as government, where people are able to take, what is this thing, one business plan, get money there in the province and so on, multi-dipping, not just dipping in twice. So this very essence of the conference, this very essence of NISET about Pillar 4 with this summit is for these kinds of dialogue, so that whatever outcome we have here is going to be evaluated or will take stock in the next summit to say we have declared as this summit that indeed, Therefore, how do we? This is my last slide, which therefore really try to zoom into this. So we looked into the 4 quadrants, but the major quadrants, as we were told by the previous evaluation, really looks at us as government. At national level, really, how do we ensure, as our mandate as a department, just talk about we coordinate and lead the integration issues, hence this being an integrated strategy. So the coordination element that is on our mandate was the one we were found wanting on, and we need to strengthen on it. Hence the institutional arrangement. So internally first as a department, we are aligning ourselves with the new approved structure, align these pillars properly so that it's not just a document that will gather dust. Minister says some profound words this morning at Telkom around coordination issues. Collaborating is key for us to really have effective implementation. Very, very crucial. So at national, of course, there are these clusters of DGs, of ministers key. The one also that we were highlighted at is this Minister and MECs Forum, MINMEC, because on the IGR framework is articulated there. The DG and the HODs in terms of technical MINMEC. And then us, the officials, interdepartmental teams, so that we ensure that we are talking, we are coordinated, we are able really to be in sync with one, so that it's not when something is happening in Gauteng, you only hear it somewhere. If portfolio committee calls and asks about the state of small enterprise in the country and cooperatives, we don't only say about what is on our APP, we're able to broaden the landscape component. So that element at national level is key. Let me quickly move to the provincial element as well. Similarly, the coordination at that level, because there's a horizontal one, just like at national, horizontal and interspherical, that is the intergovernmental ones, therefore. Even in the province, that leadership, I'm happy also I saw a number of colleagues from provinces, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape. It's not only the Cape that I saw colleagues, but there are other colleagues here too.
If we can sum up, Vogele.
Yeah, these are the last ones. Thank you, Chairperson. And also to ask our colleagues, yes, I know in the Northern Cape we are trying somehow with the issue of this DDM, the province, the municipalities and the district. But the call also by NISET is that the premiers needs to lead also their provincial summits. At district level, it's calling also for you as executive mayors to lead also, so that as we come to a gap year next year to that second summit, we are able to have a collective now of inputs coming from the ground. So the last part, Chairperson, beyond government, anyway, our work is about private sector development in essence. Of course, socio-economic development issues are central. So, in other words, what can we be without those stakeholders? Otherwise, we'll be talking to ourselves. So key really that we look at what kind of interventions, what kind of relationship tools and instruments we can have. And I'm hoping also we have Network on our platform here. There are social partners that are there already, business, and there's a work stream also on SMMEs, is that the platform. There is, according to the Act, the National Small Business Advisory Body, is that the platform. So those kinds of engagement. The other one at national, the Presidential Economic Advisory Council or body itself, is it having a representation of small business advocacy there? Because if the president is the one that, in terms of leading from the house of called South Africa through NDP, it has to be at that epicenter as well. We know also the National Planning Commission, our sister was here yesterday, Pumzile, coordinating one for, she is attached to the small business element. How does it link also to our work? So we are really looking forward with, especially you as ecosystem players, on any inputs in this regard, on what would you also encourage during the question and answer session. We love you so much, and please have a good afternoon. Togos.
Thank you very much, Vogele, for those for that setting the scene. Let me, I would not really say you introduce yourself and not actually touch on the topic, because I'll pose a question so that we can be able, because we don't have much time. I'll start from you, sir. You have heard about the guiding principles that are articulated in the NISAT master plan or strategic framework in terms of how best can we coordinate ourselves as ecosystem players, and also how do we horizontally and vertically can coordinate this work so that we implement it effectively. You can start by introducing yourself and then go straight to the topic.
Thank you. I've never been called sir before, so when you said sir, I was like, sir, where does that come from? So my name is Vusi. I'm Vusi Ntlap from COGTA. I'm the director for CWP implementation and coordination. So I won't relate, about the whole history of where I come from. It's going to take quite a long time. But what I can say, just to come to your question, one of the critical mistakes that we make as government, as civil society, generally as practitioners, is that we always look for a solution somewhere else when actually it will be staring us in the face. And we don't see that. One of the books that I read, some time back, it's a political book by Hillary Clinton, where she writes on what happened, when she lost to Donald Trump. One of the examples that she makes is of two fishes swimming in the sea, and they meet this adult who's coming towards them. This little infant fish, then the adult says, "How's the water, boys?" And they just looked at him and passed through. And then the other one said, "What water?" The issue is they didn't even realize that they were swimming in the water. And that is the problem that we have, that we have set up quite a number of mechanisms to deal with the issues that apartheid visited on us, spatial planning as one of them, local economic development. We have set up quite a number of them since 1994. I can quote them. One of them is the IGR framework. That framework is actually the bedrock of how government and civil society should be coordinating efforts towards dealing with the apartheid questions that we need to deal with. Number one, it's the poverty that we see in our communities. How to deal with that? And number two is unemployment. I know that there are some colleagues who add, inequality and so on. But to me, the critical ones are those two. We have an agreement with the Department of Small Business, where we combine the two resources of the two departments of COGTA and the department. COGTA comes with the CWPs in that relationship. And DSDP comes with cooperatives and SMMEs. Now, in that relationship, we want to create an example that we can then spread out to other departments, to say that if two departments can coordinate their efforts, where we train CWPs using CETAs and so on, And then when they exit the program itself, then they're able to exit into viable co-ops and viable SMMEs. And that's how we coordinate. And we're using the IGR framework. Now, the IGR framework also enjoins us to mobilize, which is the term that I like very well, because it's actually on point, to mobilize the civil society. And that is why it is critical that NEDLAC actually becomes part of the whole narrative of development because in NEDLAC, and I'm sure Lisa will talk more about NEDLAC, but I know NEDLAC because we set it up when we're still in the union movement. In NEDLAC, you've got all four constituencies in there. So thank you very much, Bob.
Thank you very much.
I could go on and on.
I was trying to stop you. Lisa, from the social partnership perspective, what do you think we can be able to coordinate ourselves better in terms of coming up with some kind of compacts that will make sure that we have concerted efforts of making sure that we implement this strategic framework?
Thank you, and thank you to the department for the opportunity to address this meeting. I'm not sure if everybody here knows this, but we can't see anything here because we are blinded by some lights. But I do understand that the minister and the deputy minister and other senior officials are here, so let me acknowledge and greet them. So, and I'll come to your question, but let me, because this is a panel, and the bedrock of good coordination with social partners is about good coordination in government. So I'm supporting the point made by my comrade and colleague here, Vusi. And earlier on today, we heard a lot about red tape. And the biggest problem was often identified at a municipal level. So actually, the biggest area of coordination that I would appeal has to be between COGTA, SALGA, and the Department of Small Business. And it's really not so much about slashing and guillotining red tape, but enabling municipalities to be responsive and effective so that SMMEs can get those services that they need. So I would really say that is the bedrock and most important part of coordination. When it comes to the coordination of social partners, and I heard earlier on this idea of an advisory council. Advisory councils are good and important and would be supported, by everybody. But they're advisory. The distinctive opportunity that NEDLAC provides is that there is an opportunity to reach agreements or social compacts on difficult issues. And so I would think that you want both an advisory council and you want to be active in NEDLAC, particularly when it comes to difficult issues. But I also think, and it talks again to the first presentation, on specific issues. I think there's been enough words, enough agreements on, yes, we must get rid of red tape, and yes, we must support SMMEs. But what are the specific ways that that can happen, and what are the compromises and trade-offs? And that's where, even on this red tape issue, NEDLAC is very important. Because as one of the earlier speakers said, you do need regulation. You do need to protect labor rights. And the advantage in NEDLAC is that you have organized labor there, you have civil society there, you have business there, and you have government there. I think the last point that I want to make on this issue, so in NEDLAC there are two kinds of forums. There is a dedicated forum, SMME workstream, but there are also chambers looking at public procurement and trade and industry and trade and so on. And it's very important that small business organizations, and here I'm talking to my colleague on my left, are represented not only in the dedicated work stream where SMME issues have also the risk of being ghettoized, but that small business organizations are engaging in all the parts of NEDLAC. We've just finished discussing the public procurement bill. And I heard the man on my left, Hanki, complain about it in the media. But, oh no, the regulations. There is an opportunity within NEDLAC to debate these things and hopefully get a consensus outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Ndate Mataban, from the chamber movement, where are the gaps in terms of our coordination efforts? And how best can we actually deal with those as we implement this strategic framework?
Thank you very much. And good, is it, let me see, yeah, good day to the minister, the deputy minister, the DG as well. And thank you very much for inviting us. Firstly, I think the challenge is we talk so much and there's so little implementation. And then a lot of things also, they take too long. And then we've got so many examples, for example, or example of members who apply for funding at CIFA, and it takes a long time. So it will take probably maybe 6 months to get the response. While if you go to a normal banking institution, in a week's time you will get the response. So we need to find a way. I know this is public money, so you can't be reckless also. We need to find a way, how do we become a bit agile? Because remember, when you get a business opportunity, it doesn't wait for 6 months. You have to close it as soon as possible. But going back to the advisory body, we do support the advisory body, but I think it's important that we put the right people there. We need to have a proper criteria that talks to qualifications, experience, and let's try and get people who actually run small businesses and cooperatives. Because sometimes sometimes trying to balance the gender, trying to balance the provincial representatives, trying to balance all the other complexities, we forget that people who are supposed to advise on something, they must have done it before. It's very difficult to advise from a theoretical point of view. So we may want to get professors, but maybe let's limit it. Maybe have one academic, but we shouldn't be having many academics because most of them have not run any business. So I think let's try to do it that way, and then even if you get people who ran businesses and failed, because those type of people, they know the pitfalls and they know what works and what doesn't work. And I also agree on the coordination. For example, Gauteng has got the Gauteng Township Act or so. If we coordinate this thing well, even the other provinces, if they want to have a similar act, they shouldn't be starting from scratch and starting from zero. They should be using the Gauteng one and see how they can customize it. And then those acts must then talk to the small business one, because you can't have something that does not talk to the other one. And then that will help us in terms of coordination, because we need to find a way of coordinating. And I know we're working very, very well with the department, but again, it's that things take so long. By the time something happens, you even forgot, because it may have taken a year. There's something that is very, very important that we started during COVID looking for it. It's the database of small businesses. As we speak now, sitting here, there's no reliable database of small businesses. And the department during COVID started something, but it does not necessarily move. So we need to look at it, improve it, and have that thing as a repository of all small businesses in the country. it will help a lot of people, universities, if they want to do a research on small business, at least they'll have one place. So I think let's work on it and try and move forward with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the officials of the department, and all the guests this afternoon. My name is Esetu Mangojwa. I'm from the Black Management Forum. I think to start off with, as the BMF, we'd like to really commend the work that the department did, which led to the approval of this NISED framework. I think it's been said over and over that the challenge has always been implementation. I think the overarching architecture of the various policies, including ISPESE, SMME master plan, etc., the overarching architecture is the same, but the challenge is the implementation. And the challenge is also, I think, the question that has been put to this particular panel, and that is the coordination and entrenchment of these frameworks into the fiber of the small business development ecosystem. I think the roadshows of this past year demonstrate how much the department has embarked on a program of being inclusive of the views of role players across the length and breadth of the country, and so we want to commend them for that as well. I think it's proof that we all really want what's best, particularly for the small business ecosystem. But at times we tend to talk past each other, even when we mean to speak in unison. And I like the invitation by my co-panelist to say NEDLAC is one of the platforms where we can meet and debate and speak in unison. And I think the BMF is really keen to get back into that platform. I think it's clear that the NISED wants to foster collaboration, and the framework speaks to that as a letter of intent. And sentiments at this summit have also relayed strongly the message of the great potential held in the collaboration that has been worked on between the Department of Small Business Development and the Department of Science and Innovation, and even higher education and training. I think what's been missing from the discussions is the inclusions of forums such as ourselves, as the Black Management Forum, and other civil society organizations. And I think this part in particular has been weakened and fragmented. This means that the advisory capacity that the state could plug into, that we have, I mean, the BMF is an organization of effectively Black professionals, aspirant Black professionals, and in the latter years, we also have a huge ecosystem of SMMEs who are part of the Black Management Forum through our SMME desk. And I think we kind of miss the opportunity for those partnerships and collaborations. Concurrently with this, the state, private sector, and these forums that I speak about have lost the trust for one another and have lost the language they need to converse progressively with each other. And I think an example was made on, whereas we could have all come together and spoken about, I think, the recent promulgations of those 2002 Treasury regulations, you then had various organizations speaking out against what Treasury had done in forums like the media, whereas we should actually speak with a united voice, which would mean coming together and collaborating and discussing and having those robust discussions so that we can speak with a united voice. And so where there may be inherent capacity shortfalls in the system, forums are not seen for the role of augmentation and plugging those gaps that they can provide. So there's still a trust deficit. So how does the department really and other players with the NISED ecosystem begin to recognize these as the assets they are in the rebuilding process and dip into these for the rich innovation and fresh ideation that we have in these forums such as the Black Management Forum? And where do we locate them as laboratories of entrepreneurial innovation and extended advisory capacity within the context of the establishment of the advisory panel? So we as forums such as the BMF, for example, we've got the BMFI, which is an investment arm where small businesses could actually obtain funding from an investment company such as the BMFI, which is Black Management Forum Investments. We've got an Inzika Impact Fund, which was formed specifically to bridge the gap between what we call venture capitalists and big private equity. So we're saying there's venture capitalists and there's big private equity. And in the middle, there's a gap in which small and medium enterprises fall squarely, and there aren't any private equity funds that speak to that specific missing middle. And so as the BMF, we formed the Inzika Impact Fund for that particular purpose. And there's no reason why the department wouldn't be working together with the Black Management Forum Inzika Impact Fund and our SMME desk in facilitating funding, really, and support for SMMEs. So that's what I mean when I say within these forums, there's actually so much potential for collaboration and even for funding. As I say, we've set up this fund. And so we must be intentional at safeguarding the need to pursue the transformation agenda and see these startups and cooperatives and SMMEs as the agents of transformation. So as I close, we at the BMF will really scrutinize the NESAD from the perspective of it being a proactive measure for front-loading transformation so that these new enterprises are already kick-started in the image of a transformed economy that we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nhlap, I think Ms. Makotra really raised a very important question in terms of how do we coordinate ourselves around a particular common issues of common interest that we can actually engage and have a common response on. So the question is, I think the other issue is monitoring. How do we monitor within the whole realm of coordination? How do we provide some monitoring mechanisms so that we keep ourselves in check, Mr. Nhlap?
Thank you, Program Director. We just need to understand a few things. That one of the key elements that is impeding government is this thing of working in silos. Not only in government, but in business and also in civil society, where in business, in fact, it's even worse because there's like serious competition in business where each business partner want to be seen to be, and the whole thing of maximizing of profits there. So we need to break that, and one of the mechanisms that is available to us is the IGRF, a Framework Act, which was promulgated in 2005 for implementing government programs, in particular across government and also across communities and civil society. So we do have a mechanism, and within that mechanism, there is monitoring and evaluation. And one of the bodies, in fact, which are created for monitoring and evaluation of programs like those that will make a change in communities is NETLEC. And in my view, NETLEC has not been utilized enough as a monitoring body and a monitoring tool. So the second part, I think, that is that we must address also one of these things that they call elephants in the room, which is the procurement policy. The procurement policy is very, very hostile to those who were handicapped by apartheid. Very, very hostile. And if I have a son who stays in here, where we are now, in Bryanston, and another one who stays in Soweto, and they both apply to CEDA, the one that is going to be considered first off, without anything, without any consideration, will be the one who stays here. And a daughter who stays in Soweto, just because of the address, will be asked a lot of questions and probably will not even get it. And I'm not talking race, I'm just talking about address, where your address is. And we say that we've got a procurement policy. So we need to address that. We can't have a procurement policy which actually militates against what we are propagating as a state, if we call ourselves a developmental state. So to address your question in particular, there are monitoring mechanisms that are already in the system of government that we are not utilizing. And I've mentioned just one of them. And there's plenty of monitoring mechanisms in all of, even within the district development model, which aims to improve on the IGRF. There are monitoring mechanisms. I think that I should leave it at that.
No, he needs it.
Go ahead, Lisa.
To the same question?
The same questions, yeah.
Okay. So, okay, let me say something naughty first. I think we are spending too much time worrying about monitoring what we do than implementing. And it's a complicated problem about our democracy in year 28 or whatever. And I really hope that the focus, Vukile, is of this NISD is implementing and getting things done, and government coordinating. Having said that, I think what Vusi is saying is that there are underutilized monitoring mechanisms. But if I think about it, there are really three important ones. The first is the DPME. That's a department set up for monitoring. And you need to do your job, or they need to do their job input as well. The second one is Parliament. Parliament is one of the statutory roles of Parliament is to monitor the executive. And I'm not sure that it is doing as good a job as it could, but it's a two-way street. To what extent the department facilitates Parliament to do monitoring. Then in terms of a body like NEDLAC, it's quite contentious, because then people say, oh, NEDLAC, you're taking over the role of Parliament. So what we do, but I think we do it better, we now don't say monitoring, we say we're tracking. And I think NEDLAC is useful when it comes to issues which NEDLAC has considered. So if there is an agreement in NEDLAC that let me give a good example, that the do no harm regulation during COVID is going to happen. Then, because it was discussed at NEDLAC, people understand the issues. It is, for that reason, something like getting regular reports from the department on a do no harm regulation is a good idea. But for me, the primary bodies has got to be the Department of Monitoring and Parliament. Thanks.
Same question.
Yes, I think one mistake that probably the population, specifically the professionals, have done in 1994. I think we basically, when we got the new government, we basically outsourced our responsibility to hold government and representatives to account. And I think maybe we thought we're electing new people, they know our problems, they will push our issues. But I think one thing we forgot that the government is a highly, highly contested terrain. So we folded our arms and we thought it would be business as usual. And the the other people who have been influencing government even before, they continue to influence it. And hence we have the outcomes that we have now. Just to give an example on legislations. There is NETLEC, but once the bill passes NETLEC, it goes to Parliament. And then Parliament usually calls people to do presentations to the parliamentary committee. And I can tell you, black business people and black professionals will be nowhere to be found. And will only complain later when the bill is a legislation and it's been implemented. So I think it's the responsibility of all of us, business people, professionals, to also play a very serious role in monitoring. Like to give an example, now we've got the public procurement bill, which is a very significant bill. I'm sure, ladies, you have heard the president all the time talking about 40% of the procurement bill set aside for women. But I can tell you that part is not in the bill. And if the people who are here who are supposed to be beneficiaries are not going to go to Parliament and make those presentations, it will be passed the way it is and will complain later. So I think we need to move from the complainers type of people and become engaged citizens who will then assist. We're not saying we being opposition to government. Work with government and assist government where it may not necessarily be able to see things. So I'm actually calling everyone to say, once the bill is out, let's make sure that we go to Parliament and make those presentations. But even the implementation there of that bill and other legislation is up to us to monitor. And that way will then put pressure on the relevant people to do the right things. But if we outsource everything, fold our arms, and hope things will come to us, it's not going to happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Your last words on this particular question?
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to be a bit naughty like Lisa was, who said we focus too much on monitoring before we actually even implement. I think as the BMF, firstly, we'd like to say we are pleased that the NICSED speaks of just 4 key outcomes. 4 outcomes is something that you can track easier than, say, an 11-point plan, where you are fatigued by the time the minister is outlining point number 5. So I think the conciseness and the brevity and the clarity of the outcomes that you want to achieve is what will make monitoring that much more easier and effective. So if you'll just indulge me, you've got 4 key outcomes here. And I like the number 4, by the way. 3, 4 is fine, not 10, 11, 12, 15-point plans. So on outcome 1, for example, as the BMF, we would say clarity and alignment is important. So for example, something as small as definitions. So in South Africa, you say small enterprise, SMME, small business, and then in this document, you have MSME. So we need to know what is the term that we actually use, that those small details become important when it comes to the monitoring as well. And then promoting research becomes important. You can incentivize corporates to actually take part in this and to fund it even themselves, and then get BEE recognition for funding this kind of research. And then you would need to have one vision for what success looks like. And this should include what entrepreneurs define as success. And when I say one vision for what success looks like, that speaks exactly to this concept of monitoring, because when you monitor, you're monitoring against a set of success criteria. And if we're not sure what that looks like, then it makes the monitoring that much more ineffective and complex. You've got outcome 2 on policy, laws and regulations, reform to enable MSME growth and efficient governance. So here we would need to prioritize evidence-based policy, beef up capacity in the Department of Small Business and Stats SA, and those kinds of organizations to collect and analyze SMME data and implications of other policies and laws. On outcome 3, effective support and services delivered for MSME growth, both for financial and non-financial, we would say support services are not really an issue, but providing the right support at the right time is where we need to be focusing on. We need to build technical capacity, especially in the private sector, to correctly diagnose small business needs and challenges, and then design the right support instruments. And lastly, as I close, your last outcome is coordinated government with strengthened private sector partnerships for MSME growth. So MSMEs are there in every government program or department. So government needs to be well coordinated with clear roles and responsibilities. So if a company wants to develop whatever startup it is, it should be easy for them to know who to partner with. Is it DBSD? Is it health? Is it so those kinds of arrangements and institutional arrangements should be quite easy for the SMMEs or MSMEs to understand. Sorry, the last thing would be a well-coordinated public sector makes private sector collaboration a lot easier and more seamless and able to assist with this implementation that we so desperately want and talk about. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I think we would have loved to have much time, but we don't have much time here. Can we open it up, please, for 2 or 3 questions, not questions, inputs? Not questions, please, but inputs on this particular topic. I'll take the hand at the back, this one over there, and the one in front of Andrew there. In that order, please, sir, go ahead.
So, who's running the floor?
Provide the mic, those who are... Make it crisp, please, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. The name is Thabo Nkasi from One Soweto. Mine is on issue of NetLeg, but also thank you very much, Hanki. I totally agree with you. I want to check on the issue of NetLeg, based on their mandate. How effective and efficient are they? Because this thing of relying only on academics, it's messing us up. Because it's more like they are after, alpha and omega. Because they are talking on things which they don't understand. But secondary to that, the representation at the NetLeg level, especially those who are representing communities and small businesses, they are misrepresenting that constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a hand here, over here.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Koketo from REMS. I just want to ask, I agree with the last speaker on if you don't have a strategic framework on who's responsible for that and who's going to be able to monitor that, really, it's a setup for failure, because we've done strategic plannings for like nature and conversations and the youth. And we understand that if you do not put a proper plan that who's going to be responsible for this, we can't say we will all monitor. If we don't all monitor, then who's going to be responsible of not monitoring? Because everyone is going to look at each other and say, well, we were all supposed to do so. There has to be someone who's assigned to actually do the monitoring, so that when things don't happen, they can go to that person or that organization. You are assigned to do this. Why wasn't this done? What are the timelines? What are the time frames that needs to be put in place? Because if we can have a plan, and yes, it doesn't only get to the monitoring part, but what are the risks that if this doesn't happen by this time, who's going to be responsible for what, and what can be done to mitigate this? So if we do not have a strategic plan in place on who's going to drive these things at this point in time? And should something happen, failure happens, what are the risks? Otherwise, we're going to be set up for failure. It's going to be all talks, no actions, and no one to take responsibility. And also, sorry, I'm also a business person with 3 companies. I'm about to graduate for my master's as well. So there are academics that are actually entrepreneurs.
Okay. The last hand over there.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I want to speak about silos. And Lisa, I do want to acknowledge that I do sit in the community constituency representing the informal economy. So thank you for that. But I want to talk about silos, and we've spoken about that. Now, the entire 2 days, we have been speaking about integrated, collaborative partnerships, right? Now, on that stage, with all due respects, we have the Black Management Forum. That is great. But, however, how many forums are in South Africa alone? I am from a forum, the Informal Economy Development Forum. It's a platform that represents more than 10 national informal sectors, whether they are waste pickers, domestic workers, home-based workers. We're not professionals. We're on the ground. I am an activist and a veteran for 35 years as an informal trader. So I do know a little bit about what I'm talking about. I am saying to government, and this is my input, you need to accredit your forums. When we register on your platform, Department of Small Business Development, understand who we are. Ask for our credentials. Ask for who we are, who we represent, so that each province can bring together their provincial chamber where they, if you want to be part of the NIST plan, you need to be part of the integrated platform. So let us work with all forms of forums and not only those who are the professionals, because the mass of the unemployment lies within the informal economy. We have 7 million of informal businesses and workers. We represent both. So it is important that the informal economy never be forgotten. And that's my advice as a Gogo of 70 years to government.
Thank you, Gogo. Thank you very much. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to leave it there, Chair. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, but thank you very much to my panelists for their inputs. Really appreciate it, and thanks to Vukile as well for setting the scene. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to our panel. Can we give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Our time now is 13:31. Colleagues, I don't know, I'll be guided by the meeting. We are supposed to have lunch now, but I know that there are people who are trying to really come out earlier so that they can go to planes. I don't know whether we can take our lunch just 30 minutes, colleagues. Please, let's be back here at 14 on the dot. Please. The time now is 13:32. Let's be back here at 14 on the dot so that we can have the last panel, and then also we can have the minister giving us the closing remarks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we've got the panel members here who are the judges who are going to judge those pitch. It's Mr. Sifiso Ndwandwe, Catalyst for Growth. Ms. Okela Nsamai, Okela and Associates. Ms. Pumzile Chauke, Celsi. Ms. Tsehofatso Silepe, PepsiCo. And then Ms. Hoabi Moiloya, TSPD. And then Ms. Refilwe Madichache, Telcom. And then Mr. Ntlantla Langa, Dignify Africa, as well as Ms. Solofelo Muemi, SIFA. So those are the panel members. So Colin is going to be the facilitator of this particular session. Let me hand over to Colin, ladies and gentlemen, so that he take us through the process. Thank you very much. Colin, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Come on, we can do better than that. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to our Honorable Minister, Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, our Honorable Deputy Minister, Dumo Dlamini, our Chairperson, Kolisa Daku, and the rest of the team. You are all greeted this afternoon. Now, I want to say that we are very excited because this is a program that we've started in June, Chairperson, and now we are seeing the fruits of the labor of the top 34. We had top 34 that came together on Saturday where we did an art of pitching masterclass, and then on Sunday we then did the top 34 pitching for funding. It was an incredible day spent with incredible SMMEs. And I just want to say, although today we only have 9, because that is our top 9, we are recognizing the 34 that came from all over the country, and they were part of our Pitching for Funding 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, you can give them a hand of applause. Thank you. I think that my colleague already introduced the judges, and I just want to say we have an amazing panel of judges this afternoon. I don't want to be in your shoes. You've got quite big shoes to fill, but I am confident that you would be able to do whatever we have set out this afternoon for you to do. So there was a program on TV where, wrestling, and then they would ask the wrestlers, contenders, are you ready? Better than that. Contenders, are you ready? There we go. That's our top 9. So without any further ado, I'm going to call on our very first person to pitch. But before that person comes, I just want to give you a little bit of a background on Pitching for Funding. Pitch for Funding is a program that we established within the Small Enterprise Development Agency. And that was really giving, SMMEs that do not have the opportunity to pitch, give them that opportunity so that they can, in front of venture capitalists, fools, family, friends, any person that they could potentially, pitch in front of, that they have that opportunity. And today you are not only doing it in front of this live audience, but you've got an audience that's virtual as well. So I am confident you will do your best. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I'm going to call on Kiddo Cool. Kiddo Cool is a business from Gauteng, and the owner to the business is Mapula Ramotvala. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Kiddo Cool. Give it. So we also have a timekeeper. The timekeeper will give us time. It's going to be 3 minutes for every pitch. So ladies and gentlemen, we will make sure that it's 3 minutes only. Our beautiful Sylvia Mabusela from the Department of Small Business Development, one of our judges, will make sure that we keep time. 3 minutes per pitch. Thank you.
Awesome. Where do I change? Okay. Ever needed a roll-on deodorant for your little one and there was close to nothing suitable for his sensitive skin? Hi, my name is Mapula Ramutwala, and I am the founder of Keto Cool. Preteens of today, the majority of them have body odor, and research has shown that most parents are helpless due to the fact that there aren't many products especially formulated for that age group. For the older group, the products are too harsh for their skin, causes irritations and burns, and body odor can be a social burden to preteens and teens who are active in sports. They are prone to sweating and need to follow a certain hygiene routine, and that is a problem that Keto Cool seeks to solve. Our market research says that the target age group is between the ages of 7 to 13 years of age, and Statista estimates that there are 11.351 million preteens, and we are looking at targeting 10% of that age group. We have the privilege to attend a couple of trade missions, such as in Lagos, Nigeria, and Namibia, and we are proud to announce that there is a huge appetite for our products. Our financial model consists of our cost structure and our revenue structure, which includes the raw materials for production facilities and revenue structure from different channels, such as your online platforms, retail outlets, pharmacies, and retail outlets. Okay, traction. We have been featured in a number of radio and TV programs, such as Your True Love, Morning Live, Metro FM, 702. And we are proud to also say that we are SABS approved, IP finalized, and we are EmproTech funded by CEDA. Milestones, we are available in a couple of independent outlets, such as your Pick and Pay, your local choice pharmacies, and the Kalapem pharmacies. Competition, Pure Beginnings happens to be our competition, but then they're also neglecting the age group between the 6 years and 13 years old. The road to success, we just need brand awareness and adequate marketing for visibility, which will increase demand. That will result in procuring our own manufacturing facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, pharmacies in other provinces are seeking for our products, and also the world is waiting for us. So we have an ask of 1,146,000, which will go into the production of 555, which 555,000 will go into the production of 42,500 units of our current product offerings, and then the cost of sales for 594,000, the chunk of it will go into our marketing efforts, and then which will give us a gross profit of 709 and a revenue of 1,085,000. Thank you. Confidently you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Keto Cool. You can give her another round of applause. So what we would also not be doing today is that the judges won't ask her any questions, as we've done that on Sunday, and we're just going to roll with the program. They will, at the end of the judging, will come back and they will just give us, what they have done during the judging process. Now, wasn't that a great presentation? She pitched for her life. So we can really give her another round of applause. Second up, we've got Ndlovu Jury. And Ndlovu Jury is representing the Northwest.
You can just, it's on here.
Oh, it's here?
Yeah, it's on here.
Okay, so
Just close. go to it. It's in Global Jewelry. It's on here. It's on here. Where did Sharon? What? Top. Yeah. No, it's not that one. Yeah. Thank you. So this one. So I control it myself, right? Yeah. You control it yourself. Yes. Okay. Just do this. And is it appearing? Please help me with it.
You can start.
Thank you. My name is Ngobizizo Ndlovu from Ndlovu Jewelry. We design and manufacture high-end jewelry pieces using precious metals and gemstones. We produce one-of-one pieces. We established in 2019, and we've been self-funded since then. When you look at the opulent jewelry market, it is worth $39.9 billion. Despite South Africa being high in producing minerals, we're not beneficiating any of this. And secondly, blacks are not playing any role whatsoever in the space. We're looking to raise 1.5 million rands. This will be able to assist us to secure international market. We've got representatives in California, Italy, as well as Nigeria. These guys are busy helping us secure markets internationally. And we're going to be using the funds to be able to improve, get more access to equipment, be able to put a little bit in working capital and deliver some pieces internationally. The majority of our competitors is Bulgari, Chopat, as well as Chris. We delivered a piece to Michael Blackson in the US, and this was during the heart of COVID. The value that we're going to attain as a country is we're going to be partnering with 50 skilled and equipped SMMEs from the Northwest that have already been incubated. As we supply the international market, we'll be bringing them along with. We anticipating that obviously beneficiation will be improved. There will be at least 250 jobs created. We're looking to at least get, because it's an international market, the margins drop a little bit to about 20 to 40%. South Africa then can also take its spot in terms of manufacturing high-end jewelry pieces, which is the opulent market of the what's name. These are some of the celebrities we've worked with locally. We thank you for the time, and we're looking forward, and we're ready to be able to supply the international market as well as the local market by beneficiating the minerals. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ndlovu Jewelry. It doesn't come with the models. So please don't expect the models also. I will ask that the judges quickly tally those two so that we can send it on to the crew that is looking after making sure that the results gets in. While I do that, just a 1 minute quick break just to make sure that we've got video for the next one. Thank you. So while he's sorting out video, maybe I can quickly say this, that Minister, Deputy Minister, we had, as I said, roughly between 500 and 1,000 SMMEs that participated in pitching for funding this year. As I said, we went throughout the country, all 9 provinces. You had them in from the furthest part of the Eastern Cape to the Northern Cape, where we have Onsiapkans as well as Namakwa. So they come from all over, and that's what we wanted to just make sure that everybody have a chance to be part of what we are doing today. Also, just an announcement, we will be having our hackathons tomorrow, which is the 16th as well as the 17th at the Empire Partner Foundation here in Sandton. So if you are within the 4IR as well as gaming space, please make sure that you are able to come through. You can do it online, because if you go onto CEDA's social media pages as well as on the Empire Partner Foundation, you will find that there is links to the basically hackathons that is happening tomorrow and on Thursday. Again, as I've said, we are looking at the 4th industrial revolution, all 9 verticals, and we are also looking at gaming. We have a gaming incubator right in the heart of Mabopane in Pretoria. So if you want to know more about gaming, please contact what we call the AB4IR, or what we also say Africa Beyond 4IR. I know there's a lot of gamers that I spoke to today. That was Ndlovu Jury. We can give him another round of applause. Now we're moving forward with the program, and third on the list, Boroto Bakery. And Boroto Bakery is from Gauteng. Thank you. Is it stable? Does it have anything HDMI? Okay. We are just sorting out the screen to be stable. Apologies for that. Yeah. He needs to just... There you go. Still loading, hold this, okay.
You can start.
Good day, everyone. Can you guys hear me? This is Nicholas Refilo Rantekwa, founder of the company called Boroto Bakery, located at YCT Jabavu. We started the company back in 2016 after the price of bread went up twice more than that year. As I was employed, I took a personal loan quickly. I created a team of 3 people. What I was doing at the time, I was using a bicycle to deliver the bread around. Fast forward to that, the business became so busy to the point whereby we couldn't resist the demand. So we had to move to a shipping container. That's our second phase of our business. That's where the demand was going high. Fast forward to that, the company had to increase to the point whereby now we had to rent out a shop. That's why I created a team of 10 people. What we're doing at the time, we bought the shopping carts like this, and then we're using it to sell the bread around the community. Therefore, I created 20 stable jobs in the society. This is the trolley model that we use, Ekasi, selling bread to the community. So therefore, fast forward to that, due to the load sheddings that are taking place in the township, we had to change the business model. Now we want to centralize ourselves as a bread manufacturer that is going to be central between the supplier and the customer. How are we going to do that? We have partners like RCL, Tiger Brands, and things like that. Now we're going to be partnering with other communities, which is they have in smaller and companies. They will be taking bread from us, deliver in the township. We'll be having these solutions, unsliced, sliced, branded, and unbranded, as I illustrated. The packet that you see here, we're going to be partnering with local funeral parlors. What we're doing is that the people who subscribe to the funeral parlors, they will be benefiting these scones as part of their package. So this is how the market is being divided. 45% of our business is going to be tech shop, 28% fast food business, which is Panic House, Amakota, and 36 is going to be the schools and things like that. This is a buyer that buys bread, which is trying to produce the Panic House and things like that. This is how the market is being divided. We are positioning Soweto, whereby the population is about 2 million people. The market has been illustrated and proved by Parmalat. 2.5 billion worth of cheeses were produced not so long, and then they proved that there's a market. That's the market they want to penetrate. Then they profited about 1.5 million according to the records. The competition, we have people like Boxer, Nature's Dream Spa, and things like that. But the disadvantage that they have is that the selling model that we have, they don't have. We will be partnering with the people that you see that we're going to illustrate. The agents will be buying bread on behalf of us, selling directly to their customers. We have 3 vehicles that we're already selling directly to the market. We have Spaza Shop chain that will be selling directly to the market. We're asking for 5 million for expansion. How did we get to this? We have accountants and financial advisors to the business, and we'll be using the funds like this. 2 million will go directly to infrastructure, working capital 2 million, 700 to raw material, and 300 for marketing. And these are the companies that we partnered with. We have provisional letters, and the turnover of the business has went down to this year because of there's too much load shedding, hence we're changing the model. This year alone we made about 300 and something thousand plus because we had to reduce number of staff, of which last year we made about 5 million. Tom Bake is the company that we're going to be partnering with the technology that we're going to invent into our business. This is the new management after we get the funding to expand the business, meaning we're going to have operations manager, financial officer, things like that to stabilize the business sustains. Recognition, we've won several awards, even not so long. Minister just handed awards for best product at Puma in the township. We already won an award coming from UK. They
Time
like
up.
our job. Thank you.
Time up.
You can give him another round of applause. I mean, he was going and going and going. That's what we want to see. Thank you so much. Sure. I think he will even do well as a presenter presenting soccer or something. That was very well, thank you. If I can just have my laptop back, please. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Boroto Bakery. Next up, we've got Tembo Engineering Service from Mpumalanga, and that is Shoki Charity Nengobela. You can give her a round of applause. Thank you. Are you okay? Thank you.
Can we see if it's still playing? If it's still playing, because I tried to set it because I'm not a PowerPoint person.
Okay. Sit now.
I just want to see if it plays. If we go play, if it will. Like, I just want to set it.
You can give her another round of applause.
Are we told when to start? Okay. Hello? Is it all right? Oh, okay.
Hi, Shoki, you can start.
Hi. Yesterday, Sanlam Gage gave us statistics on the ESDs of the of the SOEs at 94.7%. And they asked, how do they do it? I will answer that. They give opportunities to people like me. Now, on the flip side, SOEs are suffering. I am a supplier to an SOE, and today my investors, I would like us to unpack and solve the problem. Given an order to supply a pump shaft, I then now have an opportunity to add value. As a mechanical engineer with a power station background, I take it seriously and also know the risks thereof. I walk into Max Steel and I buy material with the intention of adding value to the ecosystem. And with that, 2 weeks later, in a 20 million rand workshop, they have not delivered. To me, I stand in the heartbeat of power generation, 9 power stations, 200 registered mines as per DMR report. And it means that every person is busy and every machine is occupied. Now for you, it's 2 hours in the dark while we wait for Tembo Engineering to deliver. It's deep. I have now, am I here to ask for 20 million? No. I have identified a machine that can actually get there faster than any funding house. This is called a dynamic balancer, and it balances rotating parts. And with that, we'll actually be able to achieve jobs that are sustainable, and not just jobs, but jobs that pay 5 times more than the minimum wage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Shokina Ngwela, and I'm the founder and managing director of Tembo Engineering Services. We innovate and design through mechanical engineering consulting work, given the opportunity to implement maintenance strategies throughout power stations and mines and smelters. With that, we're given an opportunity to tap into the very important and multi-billion manufacturing sector of steel and adding value to the supply chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. That was Tembo Engineering Service. Now, I would also just like to acknowledge the SEFA board, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency. I know the board is here, and I would like to say you are here because we would like to see some funding coming for some of these SMMEs. So, Chairperson, I will personally come and just rub your feet to make sure that they can have that conversation with you. You are welcome here this afternoon. That is the SEFA board. Thank you so much. We can give the SEFA board a hand of applause. Thank you. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Namhla collection from the Eastern Cape, and it is Namhla Dotwan. You can give her a round of applause.
Yes.
Hi, Namhla, you can
Hello.
start.
Thank you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes we need to roll back the curtain to Asian ways of doing things to remedy issues of the now. My name is Namhla Dotwana, and I'm the founder and CEO of Namhla Collection, a 100% African female-owned business operating in a mother's garage in the village of Ekwekiben Kutsolo in the Eastern Cape. I handmake African traditional cosmetics using impepo. Yes, an African indigenous sage that has earned its reputation beyond the Eastern Cape as a natural antiseptic, healing wounds, pimples, and other skin alignment issues. The business model of Namhla Collection is bioprospecting, which is a search of bioresources that can be developed into commercially valuable products to benefit the society. The problem that we're trying to solve is that this plant is acquired in the wild and the harsh modes of administration, resulting in people relying in imported cosmetics. The solution is that we harvest the impepo in the filters of Okekebeni, employ an extraction process called maceration, and infuse it into our beautiful inventory in front of you. Our skincare range is partially developed and have roped in role players such as WUSU for research and development, and further stakeholders such as organic and natural.
Our target market is organic and natural men and women based in rural areas and urban areas. We believe we can win 10% of our serviceable and obtainable market, that is 300 South Africans, depending on NAMHLA collection. Current distribution is we sell via our social media platforms and have recently launched our commercial e-commerce website. 2 stockists, 1 Mamelodi, 1 in Woodstock, Cape Town. Our other marketing initiatives include exhibitions, market days, influencer marketing, and so on. The funding amount we are requesting is 2,200,000, which will go towards infrastructure, equipment, raw material, marketing, and the pain point being completing our IP. The financial protection includes the distribution, 3 distribution units currently generate a revenue of 20,000 per month. And after initiating our marketing efforts, we look to generate at least 20,985 by selling our in-paper soap for the first year. Of course, we have competition, big giants like The Body Shop and Afrocology, but our USP remains unshaken, which is the indigenous African in-paper. Operations include greenhouse farming, extraction process production, up until to the consumer, and we need at least empowerment of 15 employees to start. Ladies and gentlemen, our mission is to rekindle the old South African traditions of skincare with the dazzle of modernity, telling the African stories through our products. Our vision is to become the first choice of organic and natural skincare, hair care, and home spa amenities.
Time up.
Thank you so much.
Come on, let's give her another round of applause. I mean, imagine in the furthest, ruralest of areas you find this plant, Impepo. So please go and find it. Namhla, you can leave some of them. We will make sure that people get them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that they please take the scores from the judges before we continue, just to make sure that those scores also then get tallied. So next up, we have hydropower, owned and managed by Samir Khan from KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you. Samir, over to you.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Who's the timer? Okay.
Hi, you can start.
Okay, good day everybody. My name is Samir Khan. I'm the Managing Director of Hydropower, a patented renewable energy business. This is just a small confidentiality agreement. Whatever designs you guys see, you don't take it to a third party. Our vision is to help people live sustainable lives through the use of our green technology, and our mission is to be the leaders in the green home industry. So what problem are we solving? Everyone mentioned load shedding. I am actually solving that. As you know, load shedding impacts the economy negatively and affects many individuals in different ways. Our system also helps alleviate water shortages, which I'll explain further. So our sustainable development goal number 7, clean and affordable energy. Our system works in the medium to high income residential areas, as well as commercial and industrial buildings. So our competitors are Tiwa Power and SGS. Why are we better? We have a complete patent, we are unique worldwide, and we fall under the Paris Convention. So how does our system work? As you can see, we have air cons running all over the places. If you guys go behind it, you'll see water being discharged. We collect that air con water, pass through a turbine, which charges your charge controller, stores energy in your battery, goes through an inverter, and powers your light. The water that is further lost is pumped to toilets for flushing, gardening, washing of cars, and for human consumption with a reverse osmosis system attached. As you can see in this video proof, We are losing 1 liter in 20 seconds, that's 129,000 per month, and a 24/7 system loses 500 mils in 15 seconds, that equates to 31 million tons per annum. We have traction with Wesols, Lamps and Shades, AES Consultants, Ali Khan Associates, Sky High Innovation, ITM Assist, PW Experts, construction companies in Santon. We have a reseller agreement, and we have a patent for 20 years expiring in 2039. So I've traveled to Denmark, Ireland, and Nigeria, did a survey. The market is $26 billion. The South African market is sitting at 3 billion rand, and the Durban market is 33 million rand. So our revenue model, we want to make money from sales and repairs, as well as licensing to big companies and royalties to international companies. We expect to get 2.5% of every unit sold. Our team, I am a scientist, I have a lawyer, an intern, an accountant, electrical engineer, and a mechanical engineer. So our success rate, we have a complete patent pass in 2019, trademarked in 2019, most innovative SMME in 2019, top 4 in South Africa traveling to Ireland, top 8 in Africa Sustainable Challenge traveling to Denmark, best innovation in Durban 21, second best innovation in Gauteng 22, pilot system installed in Durban's tallest building. We intend to sell a product at 94,000 with a 10,000 profit rate on a USP market of 3 billion rand. My ask is 922,000 rand for R&D, inventory, certificates, GBCSA, SABS, e-commerce sites, as well as manufacturing, tools, machinery, lathes, conveyors, etc. This building is the tallest building in Durban. We have changed it to a green building, and these are the schematics that we applied to this building. And as you know, government has enforced a new legislation that next month, if buildings over 100 million rand don't implement the system, they will be fined 5 million rand per annum. This legislation was implemented in 2019. My name is Samir Khan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Samir Khan. You can give him another round of applause. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the stakes are high. Let me just remind you about the prizes. The 5th prize is 150,000 rand. The 4th prize is 250,000 rand. The 3rd prize is 300,000 rand. The 2nd prize, 500,000 rand. And the 1st prize, 1 million rand. Yeah, baby. So, Minister, we just want to say that we are so proud of everybody that is here today. And we want to say that we honestly take their businesses seriously because we understand the blood, the sweat, and the tears that go into what they are doing on a daily basis. Without any further ado, I would like to call on Molo Health, that is Ntoneng Dinala from Limpopo.
Hi, Ntole. You can start.
It is said that no disease can exist or thrive in an alkaline environment. That statement is both a biological and a scientific fact. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. This is Molo from Molo Health, and I'm here to tell you about my juice, Molo Juice. It's not just the juice, kesethar, which means it's herbal. I started my business back in 2019 after coming down with diabetes, and I discovered that the cause of my problem was because I was living on acid-forming food. And I then also discovered that I could cure or reverse my health problems if I could just switch and go to an alkaline lifestyle. Indeed, I did do so, and a few weeks later, through detoxification, I was able to heal myself completely. I was then inspired after being aware of the fact that there's a growing statistics. In fact, it is said that 1 in 3 adults over 40 is suffering from 1 or 2 chronic diseases, and today we have children who are born sick. I then said, what can I come up with that can help other people just like me heal themselves from all these diseases? And that's what inspired me to start Molo Juice. Molo Juice is a business, is a juice that is made with fruits and vegetables, no additives, no preservatives. It comes in 2 sizes and 3 flavors. And because of the health benefits of this juice, we have seen an increase in demand, and also the feedback has been absolutely positive, which has been The reason why we were able to grow our business back in 2019 from 50 juices a month, with me just working with a small kitchen juicer, to now being able to produce 500 juices a month to clients almost all over the country. We've been also been able to build ourselves a workshop and buy an industrial juicer from China, over 70,000 rands, which has helped us be able to meet the demand that we have. Our target market is people who are health conscious, people who suffer from chronic diseases, the elderly, young people, people over the ages of 30. We found that those are most of our clients, rural people and people in the townships, primarily Africans. This is a projection of how we are currently doing over the past couple of months. We've been consistently selling 500 to 600, which makes us 27,000 rands with just expenditure of 8,000 rands, which means we get gross profit and net income that is quite healthy. And most of our sales, of course, come from it comes from our website or our online services. What we're looking for now is to expand our business, because we have a reseller program that we have set up, and we would like to redistribute these juices to people all over this villages and townships. And to do so, we need a machine that is going to be able to do packaging and labeling and closing. And we also need a walk-in freezer to be able to store the capacity that we're looking at, which is 5,000 to 10,000 juices per month. This is an indication of how far we are doing right now. This is how much we're doing. This past year, we've made 360,000, and we believe that in the next 3 years, if we keep the consistency, we will be able to make over 1.2. And I believe that with the injection that we're looking for, we will be able to do even more than this, which we're looking at 200,000 a month or even 400,000 a month if we meet the 5,000. Thank you.
Can we give him another hand of applause? That was Molo Health from Limpopo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving quite along with the program. Next up, before I actually say who's next up, can I also just say, please visit the CEDA website, the department's website, our social media pages, because all of this information will be on the social media pages by the end of this session. Next up, from the Eastern Cape, we have Masanda Dudula, Elitiana Academics.
Yes, you can give him another round of applause.
Hi, Masande. Hi. You can start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Masande Dudula from Mtata. Just to quote our deputy chairperson, a civil engineer by profession turned entrepreneur. This is the picture we're currently sitting with in South Africa in the education space. And if we allow this trend to continue, it has a massive ripple effect. I'm aware that that stats is already outdated. It's almost double now. And in 2020, I was part of that stat as well. I met a dear friend of most of you, Mr. Tembegwa, and I asked, so what do I do now? Amongst a lot of things that he mentioned, he said, Masande, do what you're passionate about, do what you're called. So which I did. I started virtual tutoring for mathematics and science, which is my passion, and I studied engineering as a result of that. So I put together a team, which comprises of myself as the visionary. I've got Awonke, who's pursuing his master's in mathematics at the Nelson Mandela University. He also authored a textbook for mathematics, which we are currently working on digitizing because we're going paperless, because we are environmental conscious as well. I also have the people that I consult with. I've got Usihle Mpongoshe. She was my lecturer last year at the Joseph Business School, where I graduated cum laude. She's a chartered accountant. I bootstrapped this company myself in 2020, and these as reflected by the turnovers. And this is the slide that warms my heart. One of our tutors, Usibulele, was financially excluded from UCT. And since June, she was sitting at home and she was tutoring for us. And we have committed to sponsor 100% to go back to school next year. On the right is Ms. Bozo. After a year spending at home without work, she then pursued a degree in PGCE from WITS, and she's currently graduating end of this year, and we are funding that as well. Some of our competitors, and what makes us unique is the following clip, which I'd like to grab your attention to. Excuse me for the sound, these things happen. We are working on recruiting for next year, and I've received 24 applications from unemployed youth. I'm making a commitment with the fund that I'll be receiving today to employ 50% of that on a permanent basis. I'm asking for over 400,000, which will go towards our app development, our devices, and our overheads. Return on investment on that, we only break even at 3.8% of our serviceable obtainable market. You can do the maths if we achieve 100% of that. I thank you.
No, we can do better than that. Come on. I mean, they are paying for people to go to school. So that is absolutely something. Now, as I have mentioned before, the prize is quite lucrative. We will be doing it through what we call our technology transfer assistance, and we will make sure that we get the top 5 equipment or business tools that they can use within the business as they move forward with their specific businesses. Our last and final pitch for the day is Khonse Selauku from the Free State from All Day Jam.
Stick it down. So, I go. Okay.
Hello, Khonse.
Hello, Mama.
You can start.
Nothing matches the taste of the grandparents' skills being transferred to the grandson. Good day. My name is Khonse Selauku from the company called All Day Jam. All Day Jam is a company that farms organic fruits and vegetables. Then we further process them to manufacture our jam. We found an open space that was used as a dumping site, and we changed it into a place to farm. Our jam comes in 4 various flavors that are unique and not found in retail stores, which is the tomato, pear, peach, and yellow melon. The peach is found. But then with our tomato jam, you can use it as a pizza base. You can even marinate your chicken. With these other flavors, you can use them on your jam tarts, and they all apply on the bread. Our vision is to be one of South Africa's premier jam supplying company in the retail stores, and our mission is to achieve profitable growth through outstanding customer service, innovation, and quality. Currently, our target market are tuck shops. We got shops in the Western Cape, which is Tap and Quirk, that we are supplying with the jam. We supply households as well, coffee shops. We also attend exhibition markets, also parents with kids. Our future target market are Pick and Pay, ShopRite, Spar, and Boxer, as well as the Pansula dancers that are dancing at the robots in order for them to gain commission from our product. This is our financial growth plan. The gross profit that we've made from 2020 to 2022, we came from 14,000 to 57,600, and we are looking to gain the amount to 210 in terms of gross, and in terms of net, we're looking to go to 90. Our team currently, we get supported by CEDA, Innovation Hub. We've got a mentor who's into agro-processing. She's been in the field for more than 10 years. Still getting support from my grandparents and my grandfather as well. This is the compliance that we've managed to get. We've managed to get the Proudly SA membership, SAPS testing. We also got the trainings from CEDA in terms of HACCP and ISO. Our challenges are the storage condition after harvest because we don't have a cold room to store our harvest. They get rotten. And we're using a gas stove to cook. We need equipment in our facility in order to meet the standards. We need 583,404 in order to get all the equipment, including the cold room, for our facility. These are the channels whereby people get us. It's word of mouth, TikTok, Instagram. We also have videos. We've got the website. And I would love to say thank you. This is Mike Rennie. We were nominated by the Top 16 Youth Own Brand Awards. What I would love you two guys to say, when I say all day jam, you say jam, my sweetie. All day jam, all day jam.
Come on, you can do better than that. Yes, yes. And all of that comes from moms and pops, from grandma and grandpa. Wow, you can give him another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our top 9. We have heard, we have listened, and I hope that our funders, our venture capitalists, people that are able to support these businesses, they are here and they are going to put their hands up and they are saying we are able to fund them. Now, the judges will be busy with the scoring. I will then ask that they continue with that. But whilst they are still busy with the scoring, we are going to hand over certificates to all 34 that was part of the competition. Now, I would like to call on the chairperson of the CEDA board, Kolisa Daku, as well as the chair of audit from SIFA, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, to kindly join me on stage as we are about to hand over the certificates. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on Musa Maite Agri Holdings, if they are still in the building, to please come and accept their certificate. Thank you. Come on, guys, give another round of applause. So let me make that announcement. I would like when you come up on stage that you take the center stage right in the middle of our 2 chairs, and then you will have a photo opportunity. Once the photo is taken, you can then go back to your seat. Next is YSG Juice. Do we have them here? Oh, there they are. Yeah. It's not on here. Thank you. Next up, we've got Molo Health. Then we have Lamo Fuel or Lamo Fuel. I know there is a couple of them that had to leave because of flights. So if they are not here, we will make sure that it gets delivered to them. Next, we've got Bongintsis Lelo, Business Enterprise. They are not here. We are going to move on. Batsabatemo. Next up, we've got Elitiana Academics. Then we have Namhla Collection. Then we've got the Tech Innovation Hub. Next, we have Azania Medivice. Then we have Enoch and Petros Innovative Creations Pty Ltd. If they are not here, we're going to move Kikers Alive or Kickers Alive. Okay, Kickers. Okay, you will take it on their behalf. Thank you. Up next, Ndlovu Jewelry. Then we have Relate. Up next, Explore Our Hood. I'm going to give you part of that 1 million rand if you just clap a little bit more. Thank you. Up next, Body Fix. Body Fix might have left because they on the Cape Town flight, which I think left earlier. Green Logic trading as Rework SA. Not here. Mamdlani's trading. Mamdlani. Mbokweni Electrical Construction. Next up, Craft by Petty. She left already. Croc Shandies. Nambela. most probably left. Also, then we've got FRC Fleet Solutions. FRC Fleet Solutions left. We're moving Lelon Pty Ltd. Next up, Spot on Fire. And then Hydra Power. His year is coming. Then next up, Unique Baby Shop. Okay, she left. Next up, DD Hygiene Solutions. Next up, Tembo Engineering Service. And then we have All Day Jam. Then we have Boroto Bakery. Sure. InnoBio. I think they left. Next up, Kiddo Cool. Next up, Phantom 6. I think they might have left. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them another round of applause? That was the top 34. I would like to thank our two chairs from both CEDA and CIFA. Now we will just quickly take just a 1 minute break. So DJ at the back, if maybe you can give us, I so wish that All Day Jam could have just sang that song. But I think the DJ can just give us a beat, and then we will just make sure that the scores are in. Don't go anywhere. It's going to take just 1 minute. Thank you. Whilst they are busy, let me just thank our judges again, and I would like to just introduce them again. From the DTIC, we've got Janine. Thank you so much, Janine, for being with us. If you can just wave to the crowd. Thank you, Janine. Then we have Ntlantla from Digify Africa, and they work quite closely with Meta. Then we've got Okela from Okela Associates. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. We've got Pumzile from Cell C, or shall I say Advocate Pumzile. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. And then we've got Ms. Sakai from Andy. Thank you so much for being with us. We also have Mr., I guess he's the thorn amongst the roses, Mr. Sfiso Ndwandwe. Thank you for being with us. And then we've got Sylvia Mabusela from the DSBD. Thank you so much. We also have Matsiriso Hatlatse from SIFA. So hopefully there will be some funding coming this way. And then we've got Sis Tsejo from PepsiCo. Thank you so much. 1 minute. So, as with any awards or competition, you need to verify and verify and verify again before we can announce. So, whilst they are doing that, I'm going to call on one of our judges just to come and just say hi to the audience and say, what did you experience the last 2 days, Sunday and then today, and what you thought of the competition? Thank you. I think I will call on Mr. Sfiso Dwandwe to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. Can you? Can you hear me? Yeah. Let me hear if there's further instructions from the MC. Oh, okay. Is that okay? All right. Thank you. To the Minister, Deputy Minister, the chairs of SEDA and SIFA, and the many, very many important people amongst us here. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in this role. And on behalf of the judges sitting here in front, I've been asked to make just 2 or 3 comments. First is to say thank you very much for the opportunity to serve in the way that we have done. On Sunday, when we came to judge the 34 entrepreneurs, we actually had church at the event because we had to miss church. But we were blessed, I think, by the energy and the excitement that the young people exuded during the first round of the pitching. And obviously, as you know, 9 of those 34 made it to today. So today, we went through the 9, and the top 5 will be announced as time goes on. So from the judges, I think would like to say thank you very much for the opportunity to serve in this way, but also to the entrepreneurs, just one word, again, to emphasize. We did share some of the feedback that we picked up on Sunday, but we want to just give you a word of congratulations and say we are very proud as South Africans when we hear the kind of energy that you exude and shared with the crowd today. And you give us hope for the country's future, where it is headed. But you must remember that the power must reside within you. The power of your future is yours, and you must always stay in control. And don't allow people to judge you as failures. Make sure that you determine your own destiny into the future. So we would like to, again, say thank you very much for the opportunity to serve in the way that we did. And I happen to have been the thorn among the roses, and it's been an honor. So I am the minority, so I was just basically given instructions to go and talk. So I had no word. So I now have a sense of what it is to be in the minority. And there was just one suggestion that came from Advocate Pumzile next to me as the entrepreneurs were coming in and out, that perhaps you should consider SEDA to, in the future, to have a popular winner and that is appointed or elected or appointed by the audience, because there were some candidates here who just had this natural connection with yourselves, that in the future perhaps there could be that prize, so that we make sure that you also become involved in it. But otherwise we had absolute fun, and we're very happy to have been part of this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was Mr. Sfiso Ndwandwe. Thank you so much for that. And I think we take notes. We like that. We will definitely do it. Just as next year, I don't think we'll do checks. We will do a Bitcoin certificate just to make sure that we move with innovation. Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, it was really for us an honor to have worked with the judges. And we want to make sure that we honor them by just giving them a token of appreciation from Cedar side. So I'm going to call them, and you can come one by one to the stage just to get this. And then we will allow you to go and sit again. Please make sure that you do declare. We don't want to get in trouble, and then we will take it from there. But first up, Okela from Okela Associates. Thank you so much. Okay. I would like to actually call on our CEO, Mr. Nkosi Konombata. Please join us on stage. CEO, thank you. Come on, give our CEO a hand of applause. You need to take some photos with him as well. Next up, I'm going to call Sakai Chiwandamira. Thank you so much. Janine from the DTIC. And Tlantla from Digify Africa. Pumzile from Cell C. Yes. In fact, they are a friend of ours, and we would like to say thank you to Cell C. What they have pledged to do was that any of the pictures that they saw today and they could find anything that they could use from it, they will definitely fund. Minister, Deputy Minister, Chair. Also, just wanted to say thank you to Telkom, as Telkom was sponsoring us with the gifts for the top 3 in every province. So we would like to take the opportunity to thank Telkom as well. And then from Telkom, I want to call Refilwe. From Telkom? Not here, okay. Then I'm going to move on. I'm going to call Mr. Ndwandwe, Sfiso. I'm going to call on Sylvia Mabusela from the DSPD. Next up, I've got Tejo from PepsiCo. Tejo. Last but not least, Matsiriso from SIFA. Thank you so much. You can give them a round of applause. I think that our timekeepers, our scorekeepers are almost ready, and therefore I would not like to waste any further time. It is now my opportunity, it's my privilege and my honor to call on our Honorable Minister, Ms. Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, as she would be gracing us onto the stage, just to do something quickly before we announce the winners. Can we just give her a round of applause? Thank you. With her is also our Deputy Minister, his Honorable Zdumo Lamini. Thank you. We are just going to do one award, and that award is an award that was to be done for a company that has really shown us outstanding work within the South African ecosystem. That would be Tiger Brands. So Minister, thank you so much for being with us and just giving the award over to Tiger Brands.
That then suggests that the person representing Tiger Brands, can he or she join us, please?
Tiger Brands, are they in the house? There he is coming, Mr. Lita Kuta. You can give him a round of applause. Can go down for now, Minister. I will call on you again. Thank you. I think if you can just give us just a little bit of music. Thank you. So the scores are in, they have been tallied, and they are busy writing those checks. So another minute or so, and you will know your winners for 2022. Excited, I can absolutely just tear a tissue. That's how excited I am. So, we are ready. We are ready. We are ready. I'm going to ask the gentleman at the back, our AV guys. I don't know if you have the song, All I Do Is Win, 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 Win. Or you need to give me drum rolls. But I would really prefer the song, All I Do Is Win, 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 Win. I can absolutely just tear a tissue. Seriously. Please do. I'm just waiting for Minister. Whilst we are waiting, can you please find the song, All I Do Is Win, 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 Win? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon our Minister, Ms. Stella Ndabeni Abrahams, as well as our Deputy Minister, Mr. Zdumo Dlamini. So the moment of truth has arrived. Come on, give us that drum roll. I would also like to call, I'm not sure if she's here, the chairperson of CEDA, Ms. Tolisa Daku. If she's not here, then she went outside. I will find her. But in the meantime, I'm going to call our CEO, Mr. Nkosikona Mbata, to the stage as he will do the announcement. I would like to call on the DJ as well, the Director General. Come on, let's give DJ a round of applause. They are finding All I Do Is Win, 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 Win. So, ladies and gentlemen, over to Mr. Nkosikona Mbata.
Thank you. Uyangazi wena. Inkinga yami nje ukuthi angimude kangako. This should be fine. I thought they were really going to play the song, but they're not. So I would just go for it. It's late, no greetings, all protocols observed. Can you hear me? Right, so we will start so the process was 9 SMMEs pitched, we've got 5 winners, so I'll start with number 5. And our number 5 is Molo Health. And they receive a prize of 150,000 rand. So, DG, when we ask for more money, you know, ne? I mean, these are national winners, guys. This is just not a provincial thing, you know? Thank you. At number 4, with the prize. I thought you were going to show me the prize. Number 4, we've got Burrito Bakery. And they're taking home 250,000 rand worth of prizes. Please smile, look happy. It's 250K. I know it can't buy BMW, this one, a Polo Nyana. Then it's number 3, all the way. Oh, let me not name the province. It goes like Tiwa. At number 3, hydropower. And they're taking home 300,000 rand. There was some serious solution of saving water, eh? Smile, it's 300K. Then now you're getting to the top 2. Are you ready? Our number 2, All Day Jam. Ah, hey. Nyanbona, I can see you. Taking home 500,000 rand. Ah, crowd favorites. So I can see you must have the award for crowd favorite next year. Now, Ladies and gentlemen, for the overall winner, traveling far through the country to get what they need to get to produce what they need to produce, Namta Collections. Come on, give her another one. Thank you. So can you all come, the winners? Can you all come to the stage to take pictures? And
You need to take a photo with them.
Invest the money correctly. It must grow the business. Please, please. We are now on the tail end of the program, ladies and gentlemen. I would like Minister to call upon you, ma'am, to come forward, Minister, to give us a closing remark, as well as also to sign a declaration of the summit. Minister, colleagues, let's welcome the minister with the rousing hands, please. Let's welcome the minister. Where the declaration, where is the declaration, TG? Right. Over to you, Minister. Over to you.
Phew, into zala. Akone check way for me. Wow. Thank you, Director of the program. And yeah, I come at a great moment. But firstly, let me start by saying that our inaugural presidential SMME and Cooperative Summit and Awards, starting on Sunday evening, were really a resounding success. You can clap for that. Of course, during the awards, we recognize the excellence amongst the entrepreneurs and the ecosystem enablers. The President of the country, President Cyril Ramaphosa, has committed to have dinner with the award winners in January or early February before his State of the Nation address. The summit itself sought to unpack the recently approved cabinet strategy, the NISET that we spoke about, because it has moved from being a departmental plan. Once cabinet approves it, it becomes a government plan, and it has been approved with all the short-term priorities which we need to implement in partnership with all our stakeholders. As we indicated, the NISET is not for government, neither for the department alone. It is for the entire ecosystem that deals with the entrepreneurship. On the new economy, high growth startups, as you heard your panelists, focusing especially on tech and the green economy, developing new instruments for early stage funding, and addressing regulatory challenges that impede venture capital and skills. Key also will be building greater synergy between the innovation system work of the Department of Science and Innovation and the entrepreneurship work that is led by the Department of Small Business Development. On refueling incubators and accelerators, the summit resolved that given the critical role that incubators and accelerators play in successful startups and scale-ups, increased public and private resources must go towards incubators that are having impact. National Treasury, you listen carefully then. Incubators must be better linked to other aspects of the ecosystem, such as market access through, for example, enterprise supplier development, as well as financial products that we offer through CIFA, NEF, banks, and other intermediaries. Incubators and entrepreneurship programs that target youth are especially prioritized. The panel that dealt with the township and rural economic development found that much more deliberate measures are needed to overcome the dormitory status of townships and marginalized rural communities. Key to this is for the state and private sector to open up market access, as well as to provide finance and business development support to service these markets. Everybody that spoke here emphasized the need towards investing in pre-investment and the post-investment. The Gauteng Township Economic Development Act is a useful model that can be scaled countrywide, and this is why we'll be taking this to the other MSCs responsible for economic development countrywide. The Access to Finance panel identified access to finance gaps across the SMME segments, credit guarantees that risk bank finance are working and need to be scaled, especially when linked to markets, for example, through the enterprise supplier development. Also, prioritized was wholesale lending to retail financial intermediaries, microfinance intermediaries, and developmental microfinance intermediaries who have presence and networks in local communities together with specialized capabilities in the markets they serve. This will, for example, help close the gap in funding informal enterprises. And this, ladies and gentlemen, we dare not fail, as we understand the critical role that is being played by the informal enterprises. The ESD panel show the impact that well-targeted supplier development initiatives can have, well-targeted or deliberate interventions. The panel resolved to move away from ESD as a tick box compliance drive program. Don't do it because you're gonna get BE points, to one that makes business sense and at the same time build sustainable capabilities in new entrant black suppliers. What it means is that we need to really mean what we talk about on the inclusive economy, and therefore the ESD program that must be driven must be aligned to the country's priorities, whilst we look at your investment plans and therefore helping us to help you unbundle your value chains by building a capable army of entrepreneurs that must help increase your bank balance. Funding and incubation or acceleration partnerships with the department portfolio and other ecosystem players are key to making ESD more impactful. A public-private platform is being established to achieve this. We have presented to Cabinet that out of the 3% that you budget towards ESD, at least 15% of that must go towards township-owned businesses, and another 15% must go towards rural-owned businesses. And 33% of the total 3% must go towards capacity building, while 67% goes towards infrastructure, the working capital, and the technology that is required, and Cabinet has approved that. We are engaging National Treasury and the Department of Trade, Industry, and Competition to transfer the ESD function to the Department of Small Business Development in order for it to have full monitoring and adherence to the country's priorities. In doing that, we are certain that we'll be able to play our part in responding to the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The Red Tape panel resolved that institutional capacity across government needs to be strengthened. This includes establishing red tape offices in provincial governments following the Western Cape model. Also identified was the need for a clear set of doing business indicators that can hold the whole of government to account. The idea of mainstreaming red tape into performance agreements of all directors generals, HODs, CEOs, and municipal managers was suggested. Special focus needs to be on enabling red tape reduction for small businesses and cooperatives in townships and rural areas as we seek to build an inclusive economy whilst leaving no one behind. The Co-ops and Social Economy panel resolved that the solidarity economy is critical to the country's future prosperity, but remains a sleeping giant. A new and focused ecosystem needs to be developed. Already, some elements such as cooperative banking are beginning to work, but other aspects such as access to markets, including state markets and business development support, are lacking and need to be urgently attended to. In this regard, the department will issue a policy directive that guides everyone in the work that we do in relation to the cooperatives. The department will assemble partnerships with all in order to make sure that there's integration between the work that is done with the SMMEs and the cooperatives. The Africa Agenda Panel resolved to create an accessible knowledge base and strengthen networks to, okay, yabona ke manje. Huh? Don't do that. The Africa Agenda Panel resolved to create an accessible knowledge base and strengthen networks to help South African SMMEs and co-ops to access new market opportunities that are associated with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Also key is creating business networks and clusters to enable scale to access markets and value chain opportunities. Do open up space. In all of these areas, the need for implementation and partnerships was emphasized, as well as effective monitoring to hold everyone, and I mean everyone, to account. Digital platforms will be prioritized, not only to provide efficiency on the work that we do, but also to provide transparency to those who will be hounding us to say, Minister, we had applied for this long and you have not had a response. They will be exposed if the fault is on their side. But we're not doing this to expose that, but we're doing this to make sure that all of us are transparent and adhere to what is required, both by the regulations that govern us as the people who are operating in a licensed environment. Ladies and gentlemen, the days of talking are over. As the department, we're entering into partnerships with numerous ecosystem partners in each of the game changers that we identified. Key role players like BBC, BMF, the Informal Trading Association, the Cooperatives Association, and all other representative structures will be included to leverage their networks across the country. You can't be selfish on that one or self-centered. Allow us to tap into your network so that we can take South Africa to greater heights. These and other partnerships will be formally announced in the dinner with President Ramaphosa as a build-up towards SONA, as I indicated earlier. Now, to the entrepreneurs who pitched for funding, we congratulate you. And we want to implore you to apply for our schemes in order to top up your needed budget. Others were looking at 5 million rand, and we gave them 250,000, which means they must go and apply. There are different schemes at CIFA, starting with the township and rural enterprise, which goes up to 1 million rands, those that are looking at smaller numbers. And of course, we go up to 15 million rands, those that need more. But make sure that your business will be sustainable and you are able to pay back. Today, we're nice. We decided to be good blessers, not those to say ours is to make sure that the journey that you have begun is a journey we can travel with you. Hence, we incentivize where we could, but we need you to give confidence to all that we did not make a mistake, and indeed you want to make your business a success. And when you do that, you are able to create more jobs, as we want to make sure that South Africans are employed. Deputy Minister, DG, and Madiba. I think we should have this in all provinces as a build-up to the national pitch. That means National Treasury must stop being rigid and understand the ecosystem we participate in. I know they are very nice people, and they understand why it's important that we invest in entrepreneurs, because we can't only rely on those that apply. We have a responsibility to spot talent And it's just through these pitching initiatives that we're able to see and make a difference instantly. And this is why I'm saying Director General. This must find expression in all the provinces. We'll look into the budget issues. At least we are responsible for the budget vote, right? So we will look at that and see what is put in place. And we invite other partners to join us in order to encourage all provinces to participate in pitching and therefore give an opportunity to a high number of entrepreneurs that are deserving. I want to thank all those who organized this summit, starting with the venue owners and all those that worked behind the scenes, all the stakeholders that made this summit a dynamic event. Without you, we wouldn't be who we are today. When you came in here, you had a particular definition and brand that you had attached to us as the portfolio. But I'm certain that as you live here, you are looking at a new Department of Small Business Development portfolio. And we commit to making sure that the excitement, the hope that you have today is what will carry you through as we continue to improve in the work that we do with our partners, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the summit. And as I'm about to do that, we are going to be reading a declaration. It's a summit. Therefore, delegates must declare or pledge. And as I'm about to read it, I can't just go on reading it without telling you that the ANC government loves you so much. Now, I was directed by Vux that I'm gonna read this and we're gonna have a symbolic signing on stage with some identified partners, I believe. Oh, and volunteers too that want to join us on stage. We will read it and the majority of the stakeholders will conclude the signing outside there. So I would like to invite few volunteers. Few means few, right? Whether we have 3 that come on stage so that we can continue with the reading and the signing of this. Yeah, Madam President, ooh, power to women, Papa. I don't want the podium. Where the young ones at least care. Mama to say. Okay, just come on stage. Thank you so much. Yes. Oh, at least the young ones are represented. And the pledge reads as follows. We need a quiet ring to read. We, the delegates and champions of micro, small, medium enterprises and cooperatives gathered at the National
Presidential SMME and Cooperative Summit hereby pledge our commitment and support to foster better partnerships in advancing and growing sustainable small enterprises and cooperatives in South Africa. Through our collective collaboration on the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development NISIT plan and the prioritized game changers, we commit individual resources and will build an ecosystem for a prosperous society.
Thank you so much. Can we now get the pen? Let me tell you the part I love most. We go that side to sign some. The part I loved most in the declaration. We commit our individual resources and will build an ecosystem for a prosperous society. Woo! That's a nice one. Whilst they are busy with that, ladies and gentlemen, I am reminded that please don't forget to visit the website, the one that we had established for these awards, www.SMME yeah, you have seen it. You will know it better. Don't forget to go there, but there you are going to propose or sponsor a name. Remember, we did say we are merging CEDA, CIFA, and CBDA. And therefore, we need a new name for the agency. And we're giving you an opportunity to choose the name for the new agency. And I'm certain as you do that, the name will follow what will be done by the agency or what you would like to see happening in the agency. Don't miss out. We're looking forward to choosing from your own choices. Once more, thank you so much. Oh, my dear judges, I love you so much. Thank you, well done. And I must go and put my signature as the delegate.
Minister, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and our stakeholders who have pledged here this afternoon. We are very grateful. We are requesting everyone, every volunteer as we leave. There are similar boards like this. Please pledge. Even your pledge individually in your own organization is important for us. Please do that as you go away. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our event. I hereby declare it closed. Thank you very much. Go well and be safe. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.